Hi everyone, welcome in. I just realized that my mic hasn't been muted while I was sending out my going live messages. It's just fortunate for everyone involved that I'm quiet when I'm not live and like my family did not come in to bother me. I also didn't lock the door. Let me go do that actually before my family does come in and bother me because everyone's home today. Yes. Okay. Oh, Lynn, welcome. Hello. Give me 1 minute. Let me change the music. I suddenly felt like listening to this, but I think it'll be a little distracting to speak to. So let's go to something instrumental right now. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Something instrumental. Give me like 1 second, real quick. Door has been locked. People shouldn't come in and look for me now. But let's see what's been going on while I was sending out my raid message. Not that raid, my notifications. Oh, Buck, congrats on the first. Eddie, congrats on second. Hold on, my chat's not scrolling. Give me 1 minute. Let's see who got third. Ah, Lynn got third. Nice, congrats. And thank you everyone for the snacks. I hope everyone's had a good day. I was a little busy this morning with some school stuff, but I've tried to get most of it out of the way so we can draw today. And I really, really want to get Letty's commission done as good as I can, as much of it as I can. Because it's been some time. Ooh, hope the music's not too loud for you guys. Let me just double check that. Might be a smidgen loud. Let me bring it down just a little. Maybe the song's just. This should be better. Oh, Buck says the double ping is fixed. I can update the message. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you so much for letting me know, Buck. I don't get my own pings most of the time, so I can't say for sure, but uh okay, I think we can fix that after stream would it be otherwise. I can do it right now. We can yap a little bit. I hope everyone's had a good day. I think I already said that. Right now it's a humid day in Singapore. It's not too hot, and that's all right. It's still humid. Yes, notification has been updated. It no longer sends out twice, and I got the streamer role to work on Twitch. So if you are a friend of mine, not a friend of mine, if you are in the and anyone who streams can select streamer role on my the Lotus like Pawn Discord, and then when you go live, Streamcard will send out a ping, and if I'm free, I'll be able to tune in. Because I'm not always hovering around Twitch. Sometimes I am just sorry, I got distracted for a minute. I was looking. I bought a honey tea. Bought a honey tea, honey lemon tea drink, and then I was looking around for it before I remembered I put it in the fridge. Sorry. Yes. So when you go live and I'm free, I can go and tune in. Also, Lynn says just woke up, so perfect timing for stream. Nice. Good morning. Good morning. Isn't it awfully early for you? Hmm. Or awfully late. It could go either way. Yeah. Nonetheless, I hope you enjoyed stream. I hope you have a good morning with me. Let's see what we have in store today for the art. Ooh, one more thing. Up here I've got a little message. Since Wednesday, my laptop has been struggling quite badly. I don't know what's wrong. Don't know what's wrong with it specifically. Uh, it gives me a black screen and it gives me an error code, but the error code just says critical process died and not very specifically what broke. And I'm having issues troubleshooting. So until I fix that, we're just gonna have to fucking gamble on as and when my laptop explodes and stream suddenly ends. If I disappear off air, it's either my internet, because it's in the yellow right now. It's in the red. That's not. Hmm. Things may not pan out very well for me today. Yeah. If anything explodes, let me know. Oh, Lindsay's 12 at night. Okay, it's a lot more late than it's a lot more late than hmm, early for you. But you know what? Everyone's got their own sleep schedule. Run all the typical fix commands after stream, like EFC scan now and stuff. Oh. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. Hold on, let me. I'm gonna save that down and run that after stream. Strangely enough, all of Thursday it was completely fine. So throughout Minecraft SFC scan now, I see. So after the Minecraft stream, everything was perfectly fine actually. During the Minecraft stream, weirdly enough, it almost always the crashes almost always happen when I'm on Firefox. So it may be something regarding memory, but I did a scan, a troubleshoot scan of my memory stuff, and that all turned out fine. So it's something else, potentially a driver, but I don't know yet. Until I figure out how to troubleshoot properly, and the Windows fix commands, thank you, lady. Oh, that would be super helpful. Yes, I'll look into that after stream as well then. Yeah, thank you. Firefox is a memory hog. It is. It really is. It really is. I think maybe cause when I start streaming, I'm a bit more conscious about that, and I close a lot of the tabs I don't need. But when I'm studying, right, I've got like 50 things open. I've got all my sources. I've got like my group's presentation slides. I've got our group's report. I've got like 3 citation lists, and then it crashes. I forgot to close it the other night, and it was taking up 45 gigs of RAM. Oh, for not for what? Why did 45 leave my mouth? Why 24? Those are not even remotely similar numbers. But good God, that's a huge number of amount of RAM. It may be that. It really may be that. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll look into. Yeah. That. The way a while ago, Letty suggested I stream Go on your laptop, and now that I think about it, it may be the time for me to do that. I was speaking to Melon on VC another time, and Melon asked how old the laptop is, and I realized that I've had it since my previous school, so it puts me out to puts the laptop up to about 7 years, give or take, which is a gaming laptop that I abuse, not abuse, that I throughout its life has been pushed to its limits. Not with gaming all the time, but because I used to study graphic design. Now I draw, I stream, I edit videos on this bad piece. It's been put through the ringer. But yeah, send the comments when you get home. Sure thing. No rush about it. No rush about it. Like I really appreciate the offer. Take the time you need. If anything, I can go and look it up as well if you're not free. But I also don't intend on ending stream early today. I have been going slightly insane. IRL. Finding some layers that I want to work on real. Maybe gaming gaming laptops are better in 2025. Maybe I might not go back to a gaming laptop. I may go to one with the specs, like similar specs to a gaming laptop, but aren't sold as a gaming laptop. Because a lot of those tend to have like specialty parts and a bunch of bloatware and shit, which I don't need. And the specialty parts make things a bit more difficult to fix. I don't really play a lot of like intensive games, right? Like the most intensive game I think I play is Cooking Simulator. I need it for like streaming and video editing more than gaming, so there may be another laptop that's suitable. Coming here, so your connection to stream is pretty spotty. No worries about that. Oh, yeah, I hope the area is safe at least. I know there's a huge fucking hurricane typhoon hitting uh certain parts of Central and South America, and there's one huge fucking typhoon or hurricane on its way to the Philippines, right? So I hope at the very least you're in a safe. No worries about it. My goal for today is to genuinely like finish this piece. Thing is, okay, last night. Oh, oops. Oh, gosh. Last night I was trying to figure out what was wrong with the background because I've been stuck on the background for some period of time, right? And I just sat down. I was like, okay, instead of blindly whacking at rendering it until it looks any better, we are going to have to analyze it. We're going to have to do what I did with the Lumia Chibi, analyze it. It's pretty sure they make laptops for video rendering and such that aren't gaming rendered. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I think ThinkPads have pretty powerful laptops. I know my friend has one and it's a fucking beast. It's got all the funny ports and holes, if we are calling it that, that my current one has, which I need because my tablet extension needs a HDMI plug, stuff like that. Because there's definitely ones out there that aren't gaming branded, which are just as powerful. And also, like he says, if you're so far inland, it would be a catastrophic typhoon to cause a dangerous storm here. I see. That's true. That's true. You are inland. I vaguely remember you mentioned which state you are in, but I have no geographical concept of where that state is. So it did not register with me that you're gonna be far inland. We're gonna make another layer here for the lines. Okay, wait. How did I get this funny line over? Don't even remember how that got there. Yeah, I'm really a lot of Asia, like relatively small land masses which get affected by storms and typhoons and such, especially where my friends are. I've got lots of friends in the Philippines and friends in Indonesia, Thailand, stuff that can get hit quite badly by Malaysia, especially the northern eastern parts of it. Man, and Taiwan. I don't have any friends there right now, at least not ones that I've kept in contact with. But for a period of time, I had a few friends living in Taiwan, and boy, were they hit. Taiwan and Hong Kong, do they get hit by storms badly? Singapore is very luckily like tucked away in a corner, shielded from most of the brunt of natural disasters by the um basically by Indonesia and Malaysia. So we do get mildly affected by like monsoon stuff, but it doesn't become catastrophic. I'm thankful. Yeah, I'll look into getting a new computer of sorts. I think given the working climate of the working culture, sorry, of Singapore, laptop's still a better idea than like a PC. Because there's always gonna be like a good chance that I have to like work on the go and stuff, you know. And some companies may provide work computers, work laptops. Depends on what company to begin with, and depends on how powerful it is. If I'm doing design work and they can only offer me basically like Excel machines, that's gonna be a bit difficult to work with and to do my work efficiently. The laptop's still the goal here. Right, I was speaking about ads in about 20 seconds, everyone. Feel free to go hop out and take a break if you gotta, but I'll be here and I'll be yapping. I was gonna talk about what changes I realized I wanted to make with like the coloring of this piece, but I think I may wait until after ads end so that everyone can tune in on that. In the meantime, I'm trying to think about alternatives. Like right, alternative brands and types of laptops that I could get. I'll have to redo my research, not just about what's other options out there and what other options in Singapore, but like how easy things will be to repair here. I really lucked out. There's a very good gaming PC gaming laptop repair shop near my house. Like okay, not that near, but it's genuinely within like reasonable travel time. If something breaks, I can go on the same day and go home and go and collect it on the same day, and it will disrupt the entire day, but it's also not like the most inconvenient. So I'm very lucky in that regard. If I get something else, I will either just check back in with the repair shop if they can help me out with it, like if they can help out with whatever brand or model that I've got, or if they can direct me to someone who can help. I've been a loyal customer of theirs for a long time, not that long. For a good amount of time, like I'd say it was post-COVID definitely because the person who introduced it to me was a university friend. So at the very least, 4 years. Yeah. And this laptop, it's an old guy. It was an relatively expensive one as well. I am a huge advocate of repairing tech instead of outright replacing it. So I've gone there about 3 times in the two to three times in the last 4 years. And every time they fix something, they put a little advertising sticker on the bottom of my laptop. It's advertising, right? But it's also like a basically their business card to remind me, hey, if this guy breaks again, come back to us. And I've got like three of them now. And they know. The thing is, it's quite a small shop, and I think it's run by like 2 or 3 people. I've only ever seen the same 2 or 3 people. Maybe it's just cause that's the shift that I end up walking like walking in on. But they also recommend that customers WhatsApp them before they show up. So I like WhatsApp them basically, hey, are you like free for help if I walk in today? And they'll be like, yep, we are, sure thing, come on down. If you know what the problem is already, text us and then we can like prepare any, what's that word? Like supplies, parts, tools for you. So I'll do that, right? If I have an inkling of what needs to be done, I'll let them know. If it's a small shop, it's probably run by 2 or 3 people. Yeah, that's what I get. It's in a really funny location as well. It's in a industrial building, and normally, I may have drawn the spirals on the wrong leg. Oh, well, it's fixable. Not worried about it. It's also situated in an industrial area, which normally are not places that set like walk in a point. Like they're normally not customer facing joints, right? Like an industrial office building, but then makes rent a bit cheaper. They definitely do something else with like probably the parts that they have on hand. I'm quite sure repairing is just their secondary base of operations. But they do have a very nice like front of house area. But yeah, I'm quite sure it's like just a handful of people that work there, at least on repairs. But they're really nice, and they say if they can't diagnose your issue, if they can diagnose but they can't fix it, they don't charge a consultation fee. But every single time they've been able to diagnose what's wrong with my computer and give me like a fix on the spot, and that's been great. They've been great to work. So yeah, I would like to continue working with them if it's not going to be a deal breaker. If I want laptop that they can't fix, it will just be a shame that I won't really work with them anymore. Unless I do something insane, like continue to use this PC. Because the thing is, the reason why I'm really hesitant to fix it, like not fix it, sorry, replace it still, is that it's honestly still a really good machine. Given its age and how much bullshit I've put it through and the couple of things that have broken over the years, all things considered, it still runs extremely well and it can meet all of my needs perfectly. It's time to fix, but it's not urgent. Okay, right, it's over. Welcome back, everyone. I'll finish up this hee hee ha ha story about the PC, and then we'll talk about what's wrong with the drawing. What was not what's wrong? How I am approaching the background of the drawing, and what was wrong with my approach previously. I think actually that's about it. For the PC stuff, it's just yeah. I really advocate repairing your technology if possible. I know sometimes it doesn't make any financial sense, right? I know Apple charges insane prices to get Apple your products repaired officially within the Apple stores, and I know that's not always feasible for anyone. I know that if you're not good with computers, there's always a risk that you go to a shop that scams you. So Lynn said, thought I randomly had Genshin open and you realize it's my music. That's that's so funny. At least you notice it's all Genshin music, but that one's like this playlist is mostly Genshin music, but that was the title screen. I still get it. It's such a nostalgic piece of music. I think the first time I ever heard it, like the first time I booted up Genshin, it held a promise to me. I knew what I was in for, and that piece of music, like it's one of the things, like I never heard it before then, but it managed to sound so nostalgic that I already felt like I knew the world. Insane. Genshin music is so good. Koyoverse is just a music company that uses games as a medium to deliver the music. Let's be so real. What's I gonna say? Yes, I wanted the vines real quick. I wanna go work out the color of what the vines would be. I know on Letty's fit the lines are white. Yes, the vines, the string. The leaves are pink, but the vine that connects them is white. So I'm gonna do a dark pink, dark purple as the white. Just gonna scatter them at different heights throughout the trees and like wrap them something. And I'll do the leaves on another layer. Hmm. Okay, I'm very happy with how the tree rendering is turning out. And if you guys were here the last couple of times, I attempted to work on this and almost immediately gave up and switched to another piece because I thought the rendering was looking extremely stiff. Two things that I noticed about it, right? So, okay, let me zoom in a bit more. Let me check actually if I have a. I should have. Let me go and see if I have a previous work in progress image from the version that I worked on before this. I should have. If not, it was the same color palette as the initial colored sketch. So, okay, this should be. Yes, okay. This was the initial background draft that I was using. It doesn't look very different on the surface level, but so this tree was one of the things I was struggling with. Let me just get out the red pen and then we'll do this like we are grading an assignment. Something that I realized was I was struggling with was where to place the lights and shadows. You can tell for both pieces that I kind of want like half-ish, like half to be in shadow, half to be in light. But I also want to depict the texture of the tree, which is going to be very uneven and like organic. Here I ended up doing the highlights on the shadow part of the tree in roughly the same color as in the highlighted parts, and that makes the shadow look very like strange, right? It looks like a flat board that's bumpy a little. It doesn't look extremely organic. It looks like I attempted to render a tree. Oh, hi, Okina. Welcome in. I feel like over here, the distinction between where the light and dark parts of the trees are a lot more obvious. I think over here I could probably make it a bit smaller. Maybe like move it in like that. Something like that, right? Another thing, the shadow on the trunk of this tree is very brown, reddish brown, purplish brown, and then all the shadows are a darker purple brown, and the highlights are a bit pink. But overall, the trunk of the tree is a very cool tone. What I did over here was to make the shadows even cooler. They're straight up purple shadows now, with like little blue highlights on the trunk and in the leaves behind it. And I made the highlights more orangish pink, and then that makes the contrast bump, the contrast pop a bit nicer maybe, and then makes, I don't know, it makes the lighting feel a bit nicer. Hi Kuva, you're not thriving? Oh no. Everything good? I know you said in Discord you IRL stuff this week in your way, something down that line. Yes, like you will be busy this week. How is that going? I guess the week has not been treating you well. You miss streaming, man. I so get it though. I so get it. I didn't stream this Monday because IRL stuff was school was kicking my ass and it felt wrong. But I get it is a hell period in Singapore right now. No, it sure is going. Oh, it's sure going. It's like such a hell period in Singapore. I've got friends full-time employed and like a lot of people are rushing work before the holiday period where work functionally doesn't get done, especially if you're working with what's that word? Like you've got overseas clients, partners, etc., especially in the Americas, where a lot of white collar jobs, like basically everyone shuts down and disappears during the December period. And a lot of companies in Singapore have tax stuff, not tax stuff, but accounting, tax auditing stuff due um November or end of the year. So they are corporate people are rushing, students are rushing. Me too. Yeah, it's my peak submission period this week, next week. I just okay. We've just done the okay. I have done the bulk of the work I was supposed to do for my worst subject. Most of the work remaining is for my group mates who have been slacking, and it's no longer my business today. I let people know very clearly that I work Thursdays, Saturdays, even though it's like freelance, right? They don't need to know that. I let them know I work Thursdays, Saturdays, don't bother me unless it's deathly urgent. On Thursday, things were deathly urgent, so I had to we booked out my Thursday afternoons ahead of time. But yeah, I've done a majority of my work. One of our professors is very our professor for that subject is extremely kind, and a lot of professors, right, during final presentations, they require the whole group to speak. But he was like, hey, this project is like fucking huge. I'm okay if like let's say people who work on slides, no sorry, people who work on designing a poster, who work on writing a report, don't present, and then someone can focus on like writing the script and the slides, and that's not me. That's not me. The report's not me. Presentation's not me. My on my group to work out with. And I said that's good. You need to work on write a script for your presentation. Ooh, all the best. Feel free to log if you have to, by the way, any one of you out there. Feel free to study along to lock in. I'm gonna be locking the fuck in today. I really want to finish this drawing. Just personally, I want to get work done. I've been feeling a bit, what's that word? Restless, but not really restless, but a little something along the lines of restless that I haven't been finishing art recently. I've been doing a lot of work in progress stuff, but I've not finished anything, and I really want to finish something. I think it'll make me feel better, and it'll give me a sense of relief and accomplishment in a period where that's very rare to come by. So yeah. We can work on NAM's piece if we've got the time. Probably not today. NAM's piece has been really nice to like slowly work on. In the brief periods where I am stressed and I want to draw as a stress relief because it's a low stakes piece, right? It's like it's not something that I am being paid monetarily to do, so there's a lot less pressure on me to get things to look perfect. And it's a sketch, it's like literally a sketch, a free sketch. So yeah, it's been a nice low stakes but meaningful thing to do. And then this is okay. This is a silly thing, but sometimes drawing stuff for other people, so like comms, art fight, draw this in your style challenges, it just feels a bit better, if that makes any sense. Like knowing that it is for someone that's already one audience, like one guaranteed audience, someone will care about it. It's not something I'm gonna put up in the void and then no one will gaffe about. It feels nice just to have that very basic target audience in mind, even if it's an audience of one. You're running on caffeine and oh, what did I click? I hit my UI. Running on caffeine and sugar. Oh no. Man, take care of yourself. I hope you're eating well, even in this period. That's important. That's important. You are what you eat. Your brain needs nutrients. I think that may be fucking bullshit. That may genuinely just be something my parents have been telling me since I was young to make sure I eat well around busy periods. Cause I've always have the tendency to be like, oh shit, I've got no time, and then just make like a pot of instant noodles. At least in my older age, and where I can feel my body shut down if I don't eat any vegetables. I've been better at having like some vegetables on standby just to fucking boil in and then put and include in anything I eat. Even if it's a pot of instant noodles, there's going to be some nutrients in there. Yeah, I hope you're eating well, even though it is a busy period and you're running on. And okay, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. It took me a long time to understand how and why and to be able to feel how it affects my body. But when I was younger, my parents always insisted that the most like important thing to do before an exam, like an hour before an exam, is to eat and drink like water. Right, to have like a good meal, not one that will put you straight into a food coma, just like a balanced meal. And it stemmed from, I think, my one of my primary school. It should be my primary school. Eh, something's something's. Oh, this right. Okay, I cut out a bit of it to go and hide the front of the cage. Let me just erase this bit so I can render it below. Not sleeping? Oh no. You're trying? You think you eat a good amount and variety, but you're not sleeping well. Oh no. Okay, at least you are trying. That's good. Keeping yourself like mentally and physically well during like an important period, man. Eating before an exam is important? Yeah. Is I like to eat something decent as well. I know so many people who get like nervous before an exam and they just cannot eat. But like at the very least, just like something small, like something small, just so they don't suddenly get like mad fucking hungry during an exam. But yeah, when I was in primary school during the PSLE period, so for those of you not from Singapore, the PSLE is something that happens basically at the end of primary school. Yeah, primary school, I think we can compare it to middle school, basically. Then before you head on to secondary or high school, your grades determine what schools you can go into, basically, and it's like a 4-day affair. 5-day, 4-day affair. You used to have these almost 3-hour exams, and you can feel the sugar leaving your blood. Shit. So you had to bring sweets and caffeine. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so stressful. That's man. I feel like I've never generally been allowed to bring food into exams. Not until the tertiary level. If I did, that would have been. I very much also can regularly feel sugar leaving my blood mid-exam when I'm stressed, and then I leave the exam with my hands fucking shaking and tingling. Uh, right, these things are PSLE, and my primary school offered like a free breakfast program, so basically you were meant or made to show up like an hour before the paper start, and then the school served breakfast for free. So it'll be like a fruit. It'll be like, I think, bread, sandwich. Yeah, it's probably a sandwich, fruit like an apple or orange, banana, anything. If not, like you can select from a few different ones, and then a drink. Usually they gave this like chocolate milk drink, hot Milo, but I think they also had like orange juice, but just basically something that kids would both enjoy and that were generally relatively healthy, and like a biscuit or whatever. And I think it's really sweet. Like, and they tried to get people's minds off the exam as well, so you weren't too like anxious. So you would sit down and then you go and find your friends and your classmates and you try to study. Everyone would try to like last minute study or not, But what ended up happening is that people would just get breakfast and then they'd start fucking yapping, and then they were relaxed and well fed before the exam happened. And I don't know. I thought that was a really good program. My parents volunteered to help like serve breakfast, and I think probably donated as well. If not, the school paid for it fully, which is very nice. I remember for a couple days, my mom was there to help serve breakfast to the kids. You're not allowed to bring those bottles of drinks because something about cheating, but if you just bring two water bottles and fill one with your drink of choice, they don't care. You see? Oh, that's smart. That's smart. That's smart. Yes, for kids, for kids only you were late for two of your papers. How did that happen? Oh, okay. I mean, I won't. Things happen. Buses fuck up. Traffic gets bad. Rain falls. Rain falls and floods the street, and then people are isolated. So I remember during my O-level periods. Oh, overslept. Okay, it happens. It happens. I mean, everything worked out well. I mean, I know you're in uni, so that was not a career-ending move to be late for two or four papers. I'm quite sure my school did the free breakfast thing just to make sure people weren't late. Because even if they were late, they would be late for breakfast and not the paper itself. But man, I don't know. I like that program. That was really sweet. What was I saying for this? Oh, right. Yeah, my O level year. I remember every single time now around like exam period, um Singapore's public transport systems will put up signs around the different train stations online on their social media saying, hey, if there are train delays and you're late for your fucking important national exam, then you can do like your paper in the nearest school to this station. Basically, and they put up signs and you just have to like go there. It doesn't always happen, but I remember in my year it happened. In my year it happened. There were train breakdowns the year that I sat for O level. And I can't remember if any of my schoolmates were affected. I can't remember if they were. If they were, at least it didn't happen within my class because I don't remember anyone directly around me being affected. I also know that because a lot of people were really paranoid that train breakdowns happen and they missed their paper and they didn't want to. You know, when you're late, you're in a very what's that word? Like, your mindset's already panicked, right? Even though you know it's not your fault, it was a fucking public transport breakdown, and the Ministry of Education has outright said like, yeah, that's cool. Oh, not that's cool. We get it. It happens. We'll excuse you. Just go to another school to do the paper. It's gonna put you in a very distressed state of mind and you're not gonna relax and you're gonna panic through your paper. People didn't want that to happen, so most people ended up carpooling. They'd find a friend, a neighbor, etc., who was gonna drive to school anyway or in the area, and they just all carpool and save that trouble. Mindset of a wild animal being hunted for sport. Yeah, yeah. I can imagine after being late to two of your papers, a fucking awful headspace to be in. I don't think I've ever been late to one of my important exams. Have I been late to a non-important exam? I don't think I have. I think exams are one of the things where I am so nervous about. I end up being early to consistently, not even punctual, just straight up early to. Yeah, I think the latest I've been to an exam was just simply being there on the dot and not like half an hour before or 15 minutes before. Yeah, it's my exam period. So, oh fuck, I've got finals. I have two finals to study for. One of them I don't care about. Because here's the thing, right? That class, we have three main topics in that class. It's the class on climate change, but it's split between three major topics. And our professors have already told us that the final exam, we will only have three essay questions, of which we only have to do one. and the essays are going to each be related to one of the main overarching topics. And you can imagine, baby, I'm only studying for one of them. Don't even care. Like, I'm gonna study for 1.5, right? If the essay question for that subject then it turns out being awful, not unsolvable, unapproachable, I will have half a topic that I can fall back on. But I'm really only gonna study for 1.5. There's one class, one subtopic that I have, what's that word? I've neglected so severely that it's genuinely a bit alarming how little I've cared about it. So the thing is, we've got a few different professors that teach this class, and give me 1 minute. That teach this class, and how many weeks was it? I think it was just 2 weeks this professor has taught. I I skipped purposely one of the weeks to go do group work for another class. So the thing is, right, the week I skipped it for, that another group project, we have to do interviews with like clients and stuff of a organization we're working with, and then someone that we were going to interview was like, hey, can you guys meet like Monday? And if I okay, we would have been able to make Monday even if I wasn't there, right? So our group agreed that we would be minimum 2 people per interview, one person to take notes, one person to like speak and nod and be polite with the person we're interviewing. There would still have been 2 people. It would have been 5, right? And one of the people who are free is another final year student who's interviewed people before. He's great with people. He's great during interviews. He loves speaking to people. It would have been fine to send him. The other person would have been a year 2 sophomore student. Is that what they're called? Junior? Whatever the fuck. Sophomore, yes. Sophomore student who is very nervous and hadn't done one before. It would be fine anyway, right? He can politely nod and take note. But I was like, fuck it, I wanna be there. I wanna be there. I'm gonna skip my class and be there. So I did. And I would say it's worth it. It was really worth it. I like interviewing people. It's nerve-wracking every single time I've got, oh, that's the wrong layer. Ooh. I've got delightful amounts of anxiety, which makes interviewing hard. But every time I have to interview someone for school, I feel like it's a lot more meaningful than anything that I do, like any research I do secondhand. So yeah, no regrets about that. The TA for the class I skipped texted the class group chat like half an hour into when class was meant to start. Like, hey, if you are absent in class, email me right now to tell me why before we deduct deduct grades from your overall score. And I just know that professor is the one that the class overall likes the least, because his subjects, his the way he explains his subject is quite how do I say this? How do I say this? His subject is one that feels like it has the least bearing on any of us, if that makes any sense. Like, okay, the thing is, he partially majors and not majors, sorry, he partially teaches philosophy, and this class, the climate change class, was framed as something that will help you deal with and help you deal with approaching solutions to climate change. And while his stuff isn't entirely useful, a lot of the material he uses and the way he teaches and the things he focuses on are almost entirely theoretical. And I think a lot of people in the class are quite fed up with purely theoretical climate change solutions rather than stuff that like we can enact. So yeah, people didn't vibe with his subject matter, with the way he teaches. People fucking skip, man, the week he was in, including myself. And I feel just a little bad, but also I completely understand where everyone comes from, because, boy. Earlier this week, hope you can imagine. So, okay, that's just earlier this week. In class, and the prof asked if anyone had a question about a certain graph. Immediately saw into the future and knew it was gonna be a question on the finals. Yeah. Oh my god, right. No, when the professor is very insistent that you understand something and ask the class about 2 to 3 times if they've got any questions on it. Oh, you know that bad boy's gonna be on the finals. 3 times? Oh my fucking, yeah, no, that shit's gonna be a 10-mark question. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a 10-mark question, yeah. Oh, I drew most of this tree on this other layer. I'm gonna cut it out from. I'm gonna cut out. I'm just gonna cut it out and then cut, paste it back onto the main background layer so I can edit everything together. Yes, and then the vines. And imagine pure theory is so dry and not helpful. Yeah. Especially, I think there's definitely a room for pure theory. Especially because the thing is, right? The thing is, it's not like it was meaningless. It's not like it was anything wrong. It's just that I think a lot of people who are already interested in dealing with climate change are familiar with the theory he taught as well. It's not like some things were relatively new to us, but not everything. You know, it's like at that point, if you're taking a class like that, there's a very good chance you already know what he's talking about. So it's just not that interesting or important for people to be there. And people were there for like practical solutions and ways to deal with climate change, not purely theoretical. So yeah, he skipped his week so badly, and I feel bad because I was one of them, and the TA got upset. But like, it's okay. It happens. We're gonna need to figure out how to paint the. I think the water effect. I'm gonna change the water effect a bit. Now it looks like I'm one. Oh, you guys, my hand was in the way. I'm sorry. Uh, the ripple doesn't look very natural. It's a ripple that feels like you're gonna like you've just thrown a little rock into the pond, but it's something that should look a bit more still because I think Letty's just kind of sitting here. Yeah. I may change the vines on the tree as well. I think there's too many of them now, and it might be a bit cluttered when I add the leaves in. I can go back and redraw the vines real quick, so I'm not too bothered by it. I'm gonna go and yeah, I'm gonna just quickly edit the shading on this. I'm gonna make it look a bit more still. Oh, here's something fun. In my year one of university, I was made to take a intro psychology class, right? I think everyone in my faculty was, regardless of what major that they were in, just as like a cross-disciplinary thing. And so I had to take a intro psych class, and I think that's the only psych class I've ever taken university level. And most of it I've already forgotten. One thing that I remember extremely clearly was optical illusions and how people's brains perceive things like depth, right? And one of the things that has been genuinely so fucking helpful for me was the idea of like texture. So things that texture big is nearer to you, texture small is further away. if that if that makes any sense. If that makes any sense. I don't even remember the official term for it. I just know how to apply it. So I may have scuffed it a bit in this drawing. What I want to do is maybe parts like, oh, that's not the right color, or the right leg. I want parts like this to be bigger, right? So actually this is correct. This part is correct. The leaves meant to look bigger, and then when you get further away, this part should look smaller. So the detail here should be a lot smaller, but then gives the impression of the leaves being further away from like the viewer, and then you get a better sense of depth. Things like that. At the end of the class, I don't remember, I think it was part of a essay or something, or its own standalone thing. The professor asked us to write a personal reflection of how we can apply like the things we learn in the psychology class to our everyday lives. And I spent basically, let's say it was 1,000 words. I think it was less than that, probably like 600 or whatever. But I spent like a good 60-70% of my words basically saying, hey, I draw a lot, and the week on optical illusions may have changed my life. This is a drawing I made before learning about this, and then this is how I edited it within like 15 minutes with the theories in class, and immediately the background looks so much like clearer, the depth is more well established. And it's because of things that I learned in class. And the professor was like, it's so cute. He gave me back the comments. He was like, well written. Wow, great drawing, well written reflection. He's so sweet. Now, I think after having spent a bit more time with different professors, not that one, because as I said, I've not taken another psychology class, but just having spoken to professors more, when students do something extremely weird that aligns with their personal interests and apply things they learn to their own personal life instead of giving a stock answer, they really enjoy it. It shows that you're learning and you've gone out of the norm to really apply it to something relevant in your life, and they've made an impact. And I don't know. I hope other people have been able to take away things as interesting as that from the class. Well, that's good. Yeah. And all right, he was very sweet. He was very sweet. Another in a similar vein, there's another essay that I'm writing right now, where I thought the subject matter was going to it was mad fucking esoteric, but the professor loved it. I think also because it's like, yeah, you're going to apply what you learn in class to that's Toho music. Oh, I guess my Genshin instrumentals playlist has run out. No, we haven't. Huh. Maybe we'll go to Toho Lo-Fi because I feel like it. I feel like it. I think this is a sign that it's Toho Lo-Fi time. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. But yeah. I don't know. I had fun. The whole texture thing changed my life. It's so simple. It's such a in hindsight, it feels like such an obvious concept. But then having it spelled out so clearly and proved to me like that, and then having it be so easily applied, life changing. Life changing. I think actually the background trees we can leave mostly as is. I'm gonna change some of the. I'm gonna get rid of the old draft. Can you guys hear the music? Cause I can't. Did I actually hit play? No, I did not. Ah. Texture gradient in monocular vision. Yes, yes, that's what it is. Thank you, Okina. Thank you, Psychmate. You are exactly who I trust to to remind me about what this thing is actually called. Yes, that's exactly it. Right, yeah, because in what's that word? Monocular vision, because on a flat image, picture, or drawing, You don't have two eyes to help you with depth perception, yet you can sense depth. Why is that the case? It's because of this thing. This thing which I can now very easily replicate in my drawings. Thanks to one disgustingly life-changing psychology class that I had to take. Man, other things, man. Other things happened in that class. I met people I'm still in contact with to this day, which is wild because like I feel like in university it's really hard to make friends in class because you meet people for 12 weeks and then you move on with your life, or like 13 or 14 weeks depending on whatever the hell school you're in. Even more. I know some that are like 15, 16 weeks. Like wild shit. The the impact of that class. You enjoy being a little freak in your individual essays because professors seem to really like it, right? They love it when their students are little freaks. I have had friends write about Yuri visual novels set in space. I don't even remember what class it was on. I think it was on some kind of like ethics class on AI. It was AI related, right? Because what she was writing about was a Yuri visual novel about girls living on a bunch of girls living in on a spaceship in the future, and like I think you play as the ship's AI system, and then they like fall in love with you. Nice, yeah. But yeah, then she wrote about that, got an A plus for it. Professor fucking loved it. I've what bullshit have I done in essays? What bullshit have I wrote about? Oh my god. Okay. There's some things which I probably shouldn't speak about because they were very location specific. Like, I took one class of public policy, and you could write essay about public policy in any country, but I chose to write about Singapore, and I wrote about something which was quite localized to my bit of the island. Right, basically something that affects the funny little mangrove swamp and other things. Right, it would affect other people. It would affect other biomes, for a lack of a better word, but very primarily it will affect my silly little swamp. Prof loved it. A for that essay. Plus, she used it as an example, like the topic of discussion that I brought up as a class discussion. I know that shit left an impact on her mind. That shit stuck in her mind for weeks after I submitted. You wrote about thinking and also gacha in your critical thinking module. Ooh, I can get why gacha is in there. Cause why do people gacha? That's a fun question. Baking. How did that link up with critical thinking and gacha? Oh my god, I almost quit for one of my classes this semester. It's like related to Asia. I really kind of wanted to write something about Toho just for the fun of it. But an eventual topic I started on was not Toho. It's something much more fun, and the professor really liked the idea, so we stay in with it. Some cost fallacy. Oh, oh shit, that's interesting. Oh, that's so interesting. I don't know what specifically you wrote, but oh my god, the baking sunk cost is so real. Unless someone has really truly baked something inedible, the only outcomes either we are to try again or to just live with it and eat whatever whatever the hell you made, however good or bad it may be. I don't know if that was your like area of focus, but I'm just thinking about the bakers in my life, and oh boy, is the cost sunk with them. Sometimes you mess up and don't want to eat what you make, but you eat it anyway because of the cost you sunk into making the thing. Exactly. Yeah. Oh my god. I end up Well, the thing is, like, you learn if you rather pay money not to eat your messed up food, that adds to your opportunity. I see. Oh, that's so right. I don't bake, but I know so many bakers who just end up eating it. If not, if they're baking for like an event that we're going to, they'll bring it anyway and they'll caveat like, hey, I fucked it up and it's not really that good, but you can eat it. And everyone is like, oh, but you put in so much effort and resources into it. We'll eat it. And we're like, okay, yeah, you're right, it's burnt. or like, yeah, you're right, it did not rise at all. And then we're eating it anyway. I'm gonna make the trunk of these trees like a lot more purple real quick. I don't wanna. It's already 3 p.m., which is horrifying. Time goes by, man. Time fucking flies. But it's okay. As I said, I plan to what's that word? Locked out today to draw and stream, and on God will we be drawing it. I'm gonna we'll probably make a bunch of bushes or like just stray bits of grass around here afterwards, and we'll give like an underbrush to the forest and block out some of the funny roots that I'm not too sure how to approach. And hey, oh my god, okay, I'm gonna line the tree. I'm gonna line the second tree and then we're gonna add the small details to the ground and then the pond, and I think we'll be done with rendering the background. Very tragic in the sunk cost. Oh, I was thinking about my friends struggling to eat cookies which they burned and which were hard and not in a fun way, but we have 5k points. I that too. Okay, you will have more points in no time. I also did not. Let's be okay. Eh? Oh right, this right. I'm gonna be so honest. When I set up the point reading system, I also hadn't expected that I'd be streaming so much yet, and that people would actually be able to get the point amounts that I set within like quite quickly, like 5k in a week, 25k in a couple months, and I am worried that if more people watch, I start to struggle to keep up with requests and stuff. We're not there yet, but if I ever get particularly because before I got I what's it what before I got um affiliate, I was only really streaming like a couple days, no, a couple hours, and like 2 to 3, sorry, 3 times to 4 times a week for a couple hours. And Twitch is like, oh, your viewers get 220 channel points per hour. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, something's like 5K, that's gonna take them some time, you know? 1K is gonna be a week or whatever. Not one, but 1K you're gonna need like a whole days of constantly being there. That's unreasonable for anyone to get within like a week. Yeah, so like what, someone who's dedicated can get a sketch a month and then like people are getting them once a week. I'm like, oh okay, never mind. Letty says I underestimated. Oh my fucking god, okay, now that's oh my god, we are on 3 days of what, approximately 3 days and approximately 2 days of watch time with Kuva for both of you. That's so funny. And Letty says, I underestimated myself and the restraint of my viewers. You are so right. I underestimated the amount of fucking times nowadays I go for like 6 hour streams and what's that word? Unfazed about it. And the amount of people who sometimes and stay for all 6 hours. Horrifying. Considering you watch me while at work, you think 2 days is impressive? It is. No. Two days, regardless of how when where you watch is impressive, and the fact that you watch me at work is even more impressive. The dedication. Insane. 3 days of watching Kuva. That's right. Okay, now. Wasn't I okay? I vaguely remember on your stream I'm at something like over a week of watching Okay now, which I find extremely funny. And I've got so many channel points that like I might as well just wait until 2.0 comes out and I can bulk to you. Now this tree looks a little silly. I think probably with the lighting over here, it's not. I think here's a bit too light. It yeah. This part's gonna be blocked by the foliage. This part can be a bit. Shouldn't have told chat about bulk. So excited for bulk. Exactly. I'm so excited for bulk. To be fair, I don't yoink your nose that much because after a certain amount of time, I actually kind of forget to start ranking nose. But I would still have probably a lot saved up for ball, just less saved up for ball. Ooh, Letty has a new model in the works. Very exciting. Also, Letty says huge audience on the karaoke day. Imagine they all stuck around for free sketches, right? No, imagine it doesn't have to be karaoke day. I think a lot of the people that they came in from raids and then just were either locking and didn't realize that the stream had changed. But there were quite a few people who followed. Just imagine a fraction of the people there that day. Like say like what, 10 people, right? Including my regulars, including some new people going, hey, I've got 5K points, let me redeem. That's it for me. Two streams spent sketching. Just sketch art when you get it in. Yes, that would be very exciting. I also am planning a most luck because the karaoke stream had a CCV of like 30, pretty right? Right? Okay, the first half of the day before many people raided in, um before we got, I think we got 3 raids that day now that I think back on it. The earlier part of stream escaped my memories. After I uploaded the post, I remembered Chombles also raided in. So we had viewers in from there and from the 2 later in the day raids. Most of them were lurking. The overall came up to I think about 22 CCV with the double rate bringing it up to like 33. It was quite horrifying actually having so many people there. Oh right, the karaoke. Okay, yes, karaoke street. I don't know why my brain. Right, my CCV, including the earlier in the day one, was overall was 20. But yeah, I think we rated into you with 30-ish people as well, if not 20 something people, and I guess a lot of them looked through karaoke. Right, that's what you're talking about. My brain got fried for a second. Yes, so many people. Huh. Try not to think of how many people are there till after. Yeah, same here. I know a lot. Okay, I know some people hide view counts, some people actively monitor it. I just have it there. I don't monitor it. I just try not to think about it, and I just yap. I just keep yapping. If people aren't chatty, that's all good. I yap. If people are chatty, that's great. I've got people to yap with. And it's only after stream, not after stream. It's only when I'm like back in the stream thingy, the stream. What's it called when Twitch? What's the thingy? Just can oh, manager. Only when I have to pop back into the manager to go and what's that word? Like raid out or anything. And then I see people from the raid have stayed in. I may need to go pull up a reference for water. That sounds silly, but you guys know what I mean. The edges of the pond are going to be a bit darker because the grass is wet, and then water will be a bit shallower, so it's gonna be a dark-ish bluish green. Well, not the clear blue that we've got fully right now. In fact, I think I may have gotten it wrong. I think the dark green bits should be around the edge. Center. That's right. That looks a bit. Then we can. I'm gonna erase the ripples right now because they're not rippling in a manner that makes sense for the movement in the pond, of which there's very little. The ripples should. I'm gonna move the ripple layer up, in fact, to almost where the line art is, so I can get the little like sea foam above. Yes, the tree branch and above Lucky's dress. Oh shit, ads are starting soon. Hmm. I'm gonna go for a little break. I'm gonna go grab my tea from the fridge once ads start, and we will come back and continue working on. Yeah, feel free to go stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, grab a snack while ads run. Once that's happening in like what, a couple seconds maybe? Oh, I didn't erase the people. Actually, having and really cute. Hey, ads have stopped, and I'll see you guys real soon. in about 3 minutes or so. Oh, oh, this is funny. Sorry, on my OBS, I somehow managed to pop out the scenes into its own floating window, and I, for a minute, got really confused about where they went. Yeah, see you soon. Oh my god, you guys are right. I left the fucking dinner. I left the dinner text up from like what 3 streams ago or something. When when did I do this? When did I was this karaoke? So last Saturday, straight up last week's text. Oops. I'm back now. Give me like a minute. We can chill till ads, and I'm eating something real quick. All right, welcome back from ads, everyone. If you got freaked out by the wrong text on the BRB screen, I'm sorry about that. I forgot that the warning, not warning, the note was there at all, and I left so quickly that I didn't read it. think maybe hmm, I want this to go back in a little bit so it doesn't so it looks like it's further behind in the background, and then I want the edge of the pond potentially to be a bit lower. Not the right leg? I see. I'm trying to think of how I could get the pond to like kind of curve into this side and look a bit more natural. I think this be very clearly the edge and not have it curved out so wide. BRB, okay. Yeah, soon, lady. Do what you got. Something like I realized, right, watching back my own VODs, like make clips and highlights and whatever, that I zoom out of my artwork so fucking big. It's kind of fun. Like it's kind of funny. There's so much like there's just so much space because I zoom out so hard to make sure that things like just the shape of things and things from a distance look okay. And rather than getting too caught up in little details, but then because of that, when I stream, it looks like so funny, so weird that there's just so much screen and I'm using so little surface area of it. I think I'm gonna include a bit more vegetation as well. So some tall grass by the river bank, by the pond bank, small little foliage around the roots of the trees, some moss creeping up the sides of. I think this tree, this flat part here, and this tree, this part here, moss on the sides would be cute. Tall grass, definitely the vines from Pick Letty's vines. Yeah, let's make this place feel alive. I also kind of really want to play Minecraft just for fun, but I also want to get work done. And I already spent Thursday when I should have been drawing, playing Minecraft because I think I was gonna go insane that day. But but the big stressor, most of my big stressors are over. I'm not going to be presenting. Um, I'm not going to be presenting to clients, thankfully, because I've already done a lot of the behind the scenes work. Thank fucking god. And the friend who was there for most of the interviews, who the one who's really good at speaking to clients and people will be the one speaking, so thank fucking god. I'll be honest, he's one of the ones who doesn't do a lot of work, right? Like he's not always on the ball, but at the very least he's one of the ones where if we ask him to do something, he will get it done as soon as he's also busy, he's also working part-time alongside uni. And for what it's worth, he is more productive than one of our group mates who is not. And who is, as far as I know, not deeply involved in another like club. I guess he's just occupied with other subject, which is like whatever. That's fine. I get it. just baffling. How some people just don't do shit in the group projects, and how do they live with themselves? Are they not nervous about like the outcomes? Are they not? Are they not about like submitting something shit about like not having anything good to present to like people in the industry when we're done with it? I'm so confused. That's whatever. That's whatever. This one can stay a slightly darker blue, slightly bronze. This part of the foam can glow a little. Hmm. Then we'll extend. Like something feels a bit off, but we can come back to it. Reflection maybe like a bit more pinkish. I think this kind of purple is really nice. I'm gonna add in the tall grass to the area and the extra foliage to the area. So some moss, I'm gonna make them a slightly more foresty green instead of the very cool green that we've got going on for the leaves up top. I'm using a running color spray right now for the uneven, like very small, jagged textured quality that moss has. I'm not individually dotting things right now because that would be funny. And learning how to work with textures was such a good idea. In general, just studying how textures work and how to replicate some things easily. Water textures, leaf textures, highly recommended. If you're studying art in any way and you want to start drawing backgrounds, looking into textures like brick, concrete, foliage, grass, fabric textures, if you really like drawing clothes and you want to capture the way certain fabrics like move and look and all that, very useful. Very Whole grass, we're gonna let it match the color of the current brow. Oh, I get this part. Another layer. I'm thinking of what kind of pond grass I could use. I'm thinking cat's tails. That would be cute. We're gonna move this layer up. Speaking of line art, let me just line this tree in. Sorry if you heard that. Hmm. What's what's what what's I need a slightly darker brown purple than this. A even darker shade. It's up here as well. And I forgot to put in any bluish highlights over here, which the other tree has. Okay. Okay. Man, I'm working with really dark color. I mean, I know it's a nighttime scene, and we're doing dark greens, dark browns, dark blues, but you can see up here, like most of them are within like range of being considered black already. In fact, in most drawings, like for drawings that I do that are night scenes, that is this is the range that I use for black. Like for line art and for like base colors things, I almost never go full on 100% black. There's definitely what's that word? There's nothing wrong with it. It's not a bad idea to have pure black sometimes, especially if you want something to have a high contrast. You want to shade some areas with pure black. Maybe I'll do that. It's a night scene. Maybe I'll shade some areas with pure black. Actually, I think that would really make the lighter pop. I haven't shaded with pure black in a long time. And there's another thing, right? The reason why I don't use pure black for line art and why I rarely ever use pure black to like shade or draw is that a lot of the things that I do draw, I plan on print. Sorry if you heard that. I do kind of want to print them sometimes and like make them into merch, whatever. And pure black just doesn't print very well, right? There's a most printers they do CMYK, that's cyan, magenta, yellow, black. They have 4 modes of ink. Like if you home printers, office printers work like that. If something's a pure black, you're only going to draw from the black ink well. And if you're like, let's say you're running out of ink or anything, it may be the case where the black 100% black parts of the artwork or the text, whatever, turns out very spotty, and you can see lines from like the printer, and it's like basically like straight lines down, and you can see those marks. And if you want something with a better print quality, that sucks. But if you mix in another color, like so let's say if it's a dark brown, then you've got a bit of red in there. If it's a dark purple, you've got blue and red in there. The printer ends up mixing in a bit of those colors as well, and that gives it a more even tone when it's printed out. That's why it's generally recommended not to use pure black when you are going to make print work. I think professional printers nowadays are a lot better at handling that. That's no longer a huge issue. I have seen people, I have had friends, roommates print out all black stuff, and if it's a professionally made thing and like a really high quality printer from a good shop, that's no longer an issue. But to play it safe, because you never know where you may end up having to have it printed. Yeah, that's still a pretty good like rule of thumb to avoid using pure blacks for certain art. Can I just help? What up? Wanna take a nap? But I'm guessing you are busy right now. That's your hesitation about taking a nap? Maybe. I mean, you're okay, okay. I am a huge advocate of napping, of sleeping when you gotta sleep. But I am curious, how much work do you have left to do? When is that work due? Because like, right, here's the thing, right? If you are EP and you're trying to get work done, you're not gonna get work done. It's gonna be really difficult to get anything done when you're EP. It's gonna be so difficult. I wanted to write the entire script. I wanted to write the script today. How long has the script got to be? And when is it due? Because if it's due like Monday, you still have tomorrow, unless tomorrow you've got something else due. Like 20 minutes? Okay. You have the research for it already, or is that something that you're actively researching as well? That's why it may take a bit more time. I'm on the wrong layer for the grass, who fucking cares? I'm gonna finish it so you don't have to worry about it and can do your individual activity. Okay. We are still early in the day. You have to reread articles. Ah, okay, so it will not be a quick process, but okay. We are relatively early into the day. I don't think it will harm to take a little nap, or at least like rest your eyes and then come back more refreshed. Cause my what's that word? My philosophy on this is that if you are sleepy and you need to read, alright, it's not efficient. It's not gonna be efficient. You're gonna have to come back and proofread and reread things anyway. Might as well nap. That's me at least. I know I cannot function when I'm sleepy. I function very poorly when I'm sleepy, so for me it makes sense to nap. I don't know about you. I know some people can't sleep because then they're stressed about like not finishing their work. That's not me. I will honk through me. Fine, you will. Yeah, yeah. I think that's a good idea. And then come back more refreshed and ready to do your work. Not a bad idea. Have a good nap. Okay, now see you in the morning. Oh, oh, okay. I forgot to erase parts of the cage lines where they shouldn't be. Oh, where is where's where's the main where's the main frame for the cage? Where did I put it? Yeah. Okay. Ooh, okay. Let me go and extend the bottom of the easel so it looks like it's within the cage. Yeah. I think I could just afford to smooth this whole um easel leg real quick because it feels a bit off center or conflicted with the cage itself now. think having it aligned like that works perfectly fine. I've once again forgotten where I put the base layer. There it is. Okay, nice. Hmm. I'm gonna make one more layer here, and I'm gonna do some kind of grass type deal with the type of corn. I'm gonna go Google what they look like as well, because I'm not super familiar. Hold on. Cat's tail, sorry. What they're called. Huh? They're called Timothy. Holy shit, cat's tail grasses are called Timothy. That's quite cute. I'm gonna make them the Z variant. I'm gonna make them look like they're already in bloom. Oh, they're a bit too tall, maybe. I could do without, I could do without. I think a bit more foliage would be cute, but maybe not. Doesn't fit the vibe now that I think about it. I want something else. And I've overdone the grass now. Hmm. 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 Oops. Oh my god. I just had a memory suddenly. A couple of days ago, I was out with a friend at an event, and at the same event, I spotted one of my current classmates, and I hate his guts. Okay, it's a very long story, but basically, he has an awful reputation for not being maybe the best of people, like morally, and also in class. In class, he never has anything good to contribute, but he loves to speak, and he thinks he's extremely funny, and he's not. But he was out at that event and he spotted me first. Because I sit directly behind him. And he tried to wave at me, but I hate his guts and we are not friends. And I ignored him basically. I made eye contact, but then immediately looked away. I love hating Dish Boy. Mm, I mean, okay. The bulk of the thing is that he has fairly serious allegations against him for being creepy to women. And he's now fully, what's that word? He's fully gone the performative male aesthetic to swing back against it. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he is wearing it as an aesthetic. He looks like one of those, you know, like the performative male competition kind of thing. It looks like he participated in one of those, lost the rest of his wardrobe, and just has been living in it. And the thing is, because he's, I think, in my batch, he's in my cohort, if I'm not wrong. Like, we entered the school in the same year, I think so. I know he didn't used to dress like that. I know he doesn't used to act. He used to act. He always acts like that. Okay, he always acts like that. He didn't used to dress like that. He just wants to seem cool and popular and hip and whatever the fuck. But also more, I have not had any personal experiences with that, thankfully, because I don't really speak to him. But in class, he just speaks so much out of turn, uncalled for, unprompted, and he never says anything valuable. And it's obnoxious and like sometimes, right, I've noticed after he says something he finds really funny, he looks around the class to see if anyone has laughed. And then he'll like see if someone's like smiling or laughing, and then he'll like look at them in the eye and like nod and be like, yeah, isn't that funny? Like the expression, and it's insufferable. And I've never seen a man so desperate for attention in my life. So when he saw me out in public, I really didn't want to make any conversation. So I made eye contact with him and then looked away, acknowledging him but acting like I don't recognize him, and I pray to fucking God that gave him a blow to his ego. Okay, but that's just kind of what happened. It's nothing serious. I during the event, because it happened in like a hall for a lack of a better word, and there was a very like natural traffic flow to the event. Like um, it was an arts event, right? It was an arts event. So you just imagine a art gallery, and like there's let's say there's three rooms, there's a very natural flow, like, oh, there's this big painting, you're drawn towards it. From that big painting, you're drawn towards the next wall of paintings, things like that, things like that. Because we entered in roughly the same times, we kind of were in the same room as each other most of the time, and he was so obnoxious. He would talk to the gallery sitters, which is like, whatever, that's fine. The gallery sitters are there for you to talk to and learn more about the artwork. But he'd talk to them and then he'd laugh so loudly. Like, right, like you could hear his voice booming from one room to the next in a setting where that was just not appropriate and it was insufferable. Oh my god. Letty says, I know it hurt his ego, you're so right. It had to have hurt his ego. I think if I didn't make eye contact and I just kept walking, he could be like, oh, okay, classmate didn't see me. But like I very clearly saw him and looked like I registered nothing about him in my mind, which is so fuck, it's so much funnier. I know it's very petty of me to be thinking like that. It's so petty of me, but I just don't like him. I just don't like him. He's not a good person, which justifies me not liking him and doing very petty things like that, like refusing to acknowledge him. It's not like the end of the world, right? It's not like he was on fire and I decided not to piss on him, but just not waving or not even acknowledging his presence is extremely funny and within, I think, reasonable bounds of being petty and obnoxious to someone you dislike. Pettiness is fine sometimes. It really is. It really is. Man, okay, that aside, the event was really good. Yeah, it was a good day. I ran into a lot of people that I knew from within the arts and design sectors, and that's always fun. I really like going to like this kind of like wide scale arts events in Singapore because I always tend to run into people that I used to know, and it becomes like a very small reunion kind of thing. Like it's not ever an intentional reunion, but that's where you meet faces that like acquaintances, like ex-classmates, ex-lecturers, professors who you know, but they're not people you were ever close to. So it's not people that you would like text and go, "Hey, where are you at now? How's life?" Like that's like we're not friend level, but you are curious where they've gone in life, right? And then events like that are really good opportunities to speak to them again. The artwork was great. It moved to a new location from like an old venue, but they're basically within the same building. But it's a lot bigger anyway. That was fun. Yeah, I had a good time, except for the vile presence of a man I hate. But also, what was I gonna say? What's that word? What's that word? Right, I was gonna say, um, this Wednesday, this Wednesday in class, he wasn't there. To be fair, it was an optional session, right? Like, so we didn't have any class content, but the professor was in class. He said, "Oh, if your group needs to consult with me, if you guys need help with your project, I'll be in class to like speak to you. Otherwise, you have time to go and like interview people to go work on your presentation, etc." I think his group just wasn't there, or he wasn't there, so the class was blissfully silent. And if he was petty and wanted to ask me why I didn't say hi, I avoided that conversation. So yeah, Emma, hello, welcome in. We drawing today. Not gonna lie, you've been thinking of drawing a manga panel. What's stopping you, actually? What's stopping you from trying it out? That sounds like fun, especially if you've got stories to work with. Hell, even like a whole page, like a panel or page, I think it'd be a really fun exercise in creativity and storytelling. Hmm, right, the 48. Anna, okay. We'll do it, but try to do it tonight. Just need a reference. I see. Oh, you're going to, what's it? What? It's going to be a. Okay, I thought initially you meant you were going to do an original manga panel, but it sounds like you are going to find one to kind of recreate first, and then do an original manga panel. I do. Yeah, that's a great way to learn. In from your light novel. Yeah, I would when I okay, I've been drawing comics for a long time, but when I started out wanting to do them seriously, I also took a lot of reference and inspiration from existing comics and manga. So go for it. Go for it. It's a lot of fun. I'm gonna throw some ferns into the background. Basically, it's like an underbrush kind of thing. Yeah, a lot of fun. And yeah, I think for me at least, I learned very well through observation. So having what's it what like references, having tried to recreate some comics, analyze what was right with them. That's a fun thing to like um experiment with. Am I on the right layer? I'm not on the right layer. That's why I'm trying to branch out to other light novel platforms. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. I don't actually know where people go to read like novels or like independently published novels. I'm not too certain about that, but that's always something worth looking into. But layer, okay, yeah, covered it up here. I know, okay, I know there's a lot of platforms for indie comics. We've got like Tapas, Webtoon, Global Comics. Couple more. Those at least like they help with discover. Ah, hi coffee. Thanks for the pipe to my head. That did not. Oh, and thanks for the hydrate. Everyone drink up. Everyone drink up. I got a honey lemon tea on hand. No warm water. Not no warm water today. It's humid as hell. And thanks for the snack. Ouch. Ouch. God damn it. Karma, thanks for two metal pipes to my head. I'm definitely not in the middle of a concussion. Emma says, yeah. I don't know if fiction press is still a thing actually. I know back in the day fiction press was pretty big for original fiction. I don't know if it's still around. I have to do it again. Self therapy? Self therapy? You mean dropping a pipe on my head? Or something else? Fiction press? Yeah, it's back in the day, I think it was owned and ran by the same people who did fanfiction.net. I don't think it's light novel specifically, it's more like for original fiction. I don't know if it's still around, though I haven't heard anything of it in a while. To be fair, I also haven't heard from um heard about fanfiction.net in a while, so it just may be that they're not popular anymore. Yeah, the pipe. Ah, why? Why does my pain bring you joy? It never hurts to branch out, especially if it's something that's relatively low commitment, right? Like if it's an existing platform and not something that you'll have to say like pay a fee to use. It's not your own website that you have to design. Always worth looking into branching a little bit, especially if you're willing to do it and it won't take too much time away from your like creative process. You won't dread it. No harm in it. No harm in it. You also don't want to spread yourself too thin, but if it's something you can handle, why not? Oh, this is a fun thing. I don't know what the hell YouTube's algorithm is doing. I upload most of my vlogs to YouTube, and I've been trying to upload some clips and some edited shots with the goal of uploading long form in the future. And for whatever reason, one of my recent vlogs was really pushed out to people. I heard that YouTube does a thing where they occasionally test videos, so they will select a video and they will push it to people's feeds. And then if like new people's feeds or like more people's feeds, and if people are receptive to that video, they'll push it out to more people. And I had a video of what happened to me recently, and someone like watched like a good chunk of it. Like there were a bunch of views and like a, for a VOD decent retention, which is always surprising because my VODs I don't expect anyone really to watch them. They're more like archival for me. People watched it and enjoyed it, and I don't know. I was surprised at that. And it was a very low effort thing. I can upload VODs straight from Twitch to YouTube. And someone did come to my Twitch from that. So yeah, it's always worth a shot branching out if it's something that's not too high effort for you. From fanfiction.net still around. Oh, nice. Cool. Okay. Don't know about fiction press, but at least fanfic.net still around. Cause man, was that an iconic website. What was I gonna say? Right. Okay. I think also something that I'm suspicious of. Not in a bad way, just something I need to test again, is that the VOD that YouTube pushed out didn't have any links in it, because that was not very specifically a VOD that I saved. It was a highlight from a VOD, because the last 30 minutes there was something like wrong basically with what happened. I think something wrong with my OBS, and it ended up being 30 minutes of troubleshooting before I before I ended stream. So I just cut it out in a highlight and then uploaded it. And because of that, there was no automated, hey, watch this on Twitch. And I think because there was no external link in the description, YouTube may have been just a little more favorable to pushing it out. I can't say for sure, and I've definitely seen many videos with many external links, and YouTube hasn't given a shit. It may just have been maybe I tagged it correct, like tagged it well, and then forgot what I tagged it as. So my hunch could be completely off. But yeah, stuff like that. Sometimes I shoot my shot, then I get surprised when it lands. But hey, I shot the shot. Okay, I'm really happy with how this background is turning out. I'm going to redo the vines so that they make a bit more sense in terms of like the depth, and I'm really happy with this background, holy shit. If I'm trying to make a fanfic.net account, fanfic.net, not fiction press, I feel like, is fanfic the right fanfic.net the right avenue to publish on? Oh. Mm, what do I want for the vines? What look do I want the vines? I want this basically to say that this is Letty's pawn. This is Letty's pawn. Letty has control of this pawn. That's what the vines. It's kind of lucky. I'm so sorry if you don't reply. Oh, don't worry about it. Yes, completely understandable. Today is a good stream for everyone to lock in on, because I also gotta lock in. I really want to try finish this piece by today, and I think it's gonna be feasible because I'm basically left with rendering, and that's generally quite a quick process. What? Mm, how long did this take? I haven't been counting very exactly, but I've been chipping away on it for several streams. And if I'm not wrong, I started it sometime in October. It's taken me about like what 6 hours or so every few weeks, probably. I know the new Clip Studio Paint versions have a little button that tells you how long you spent on something, and I don't have that new version. I actually don't know. I've not counted. I'm primarily worked on this live. If I had the time and energy, I would go and count how long I spent on it. But a fair estimate is so far currently more than 12 hours. I'm gonna go to the layer above the lineup for the cage. I'm gonna erase this bit here and then, yeah. Going to draw it above the cage, and the cage layer as well. We're going to edit how the vines look on that one, so that it aligns with the vines in the rest of the environment, and I can close up the bars basically with the. And we're gonna come back to this layer. He paused the stream. That's kind of funny. Is it 12 hours? Yeah, about 12 hours. Oh, fuck off. That's the wrong layer. I just wasn't looking at what layer I was on. Yeah, exactly what Letty said. I haven't been keeping good track. No worries about it. If you ever need me to repeat something, just let me know. I totally get it. Sometimes I tend to like mishear or not catch things people say on stream. I'm all good with repeating if you would like me to. Oh Kath, hello. Welcome in. How are you? Oh, I guess okay. We got a couple of new people who may not have seen this drawing yet, including Kama. This piece looks more detailed now, so good. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna try finishing it today. We just finished rendering most of the background, and then I'm gonna start working on rendering me and Letty. If you haven't seen it before, I'm currently drawing myself at Axoletty. This is a commission from her. Hold on, let me. Who else is in stream? Just chilling now before you go and work on your art. Nice. Nice, nice. What, Kath, what are you drawing right now? I haven't been able to tune into streams recently because my schoolwork has gotten so bad and I've been busy. I haven't seen what you've been drawing recently. So, Letty says, Kuva, I forgot what you said for the first 2 hours of streamline recapping. Jay, I honestly cannot tell you. I've forgotten as well. I've completely forgotten everything I said. Okay, right. I also remember I was in the middle of shouting out friends. If you like art, you are going to love Kathna. We read it out to her once, but she does gorgeous, gorgeous drawings and she loves muscle mummies. And I think some of you would like that. Illustration to use for starting screen. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. And also, Okina has got a bit, but if you like puzzle game, if you like visual novel, if you like Axolotl, go check out Okina. Yes. I yes. Uh, yes, I genuinely don't remember what I was saying before this or did you hear muscle mommies? You did. Go follow Kat because she loves to draw muscle mommies and she draws them so well. And no worries. I love your art. It's so gorgeous. We are drawing Axoletty right now. This is Letty in her pond, and this is me trapped in her cage because she wants me to draw for her forever. I appreciate you shouted me out and didn't even try to describe what I do on stream. I guess I mean Let Letty variety streamer would what am I? Huh? Wait, sorry, give me 1 second. I'm erasing. I'm not erasing, I'm just on the wrong layer again. Letty streams a lot of things. Many things. How would you describe yourself? I would use the word variety, but I've seen it's like I've seen Project Zomboid and Minecraft, some first-person shooter type games. I'm only just realizing in my head that for a very long time I have had one category of streamers in my head called axolotl streamers, which makes it very difficult for me to conceive of what they actually do on stream. Because in my head, the mental image is axolotl, which is why I also kind of struggled to describe Estelle's streams for a period of time, because she also fell into the axolotl category. Oh, and I think despite the insane amount of time I've spent watching Okina streams, I would also have struggled to describe her outside of axolotl smiley face unless she described her niche to me once very clearly before I even started watching her streams the first time she commissioned me. Mondays are for longer form games with stories. Tuesdays and Thursday are for collabs or currently Zomboid, I see. Okay, yes, that makes sense. That it makes a lot of sense when you put it like that. Thank you, Letty. Right, that makes sense. Okay. I what's Half-Life? Yeah, Monday games like Half-Life. Sometimes Minecraft. Yeah. Occasionally Portal. I think I'm a poll today to decide what we start playing on Monday. I hope Chrono Trigger wins. Ooh. Ooh, actually, that sounds like fun. I have only ever heard of Chrono Trigger. I've never played it. But it seems like one of those cult classic legendary games. I always feel bad about voting on Monday stream poll because I'm not always watching Mondays because that's also when I stream. At some point I have colored in this bit of the background. Here we go. That's where I colored it in, and then there we go. Just a coincidence. FPS story games have been Mondays for a month now. But potentially that's what people may come to expect, and kind of funny. I kind of want to do more gaming streams just for fun. Maybe if I'm free on a Sunday, I'll play a game instead of drawing. I tend not to be free on Sunday, so that's for another consideration. But now that you say it, I cannot I cannot believe that I've only realized now. I only know realize now when you say it out loud that your Thursdays and Tuesdays are for collabs because it has been that. Oh, by the way, ads in 30 seconds, everyone. Apologies about that. I will be drawing through the ads, but feel free to go take a funny little break. Go grab some water, grab a snack if you're trapped in ad jail. Late Bioshock went straight into Half-Life 2. Right. That's true, you did. That's true, it's just all been Monday games. Wanna play Dispatch on Steam once it's fully released. What's Dispatch about? What's this? Oh, is that is that I know BV was on in chat here once talking about a game where you play as a phone operator. Is that this? Have I forgot? I'm also very curious. I know we've got a couple of people who stream in chat. What games have you found the most fun to stream? Like, not just to play, but what specifically has been a great streaming experience? Gotta look now. Go to work. Okay. Thanks so much for dropping by, Cass. Have a good work. Hope always have a good one. Yeah, you too. Thank you. Superhero loses his Iron Man suit and becomes a police dispatcher for superheroes. Ooh, okay, that sounds like fun. That sounds like fun. It's not phone operator. It sounds vaguely similar. Oh, that sounds like damn. Okay, that's actually such a banger concept. I haven't. Oh my god, I haven't played that many games on like stream yet. Honestly, Minecraft's really fun to stream. Stardew is nice because if I'm just fishing, I have people to yap to, be it chat or that time it's the impromptu collab. Stardew's a lot of fun. So is Minecraft, all these like cozy games. How am I gonna draw the back? I'm gonna have to create another layer later to plan out how the vines wrap around the back. Also, Letty says it's very Telltale-esque. Huh. Oh, okay, okay. Very, very story-driven. Well, I am guessing. Choices the matter, kind of. Kind of. Type type shit, I guess. I'm quite upset that that's entered my vocabulary, but sometimes it just it works. It fits. Get anxious building in Minecraft on stream. Why so? I know sometimes I've seen you play hardcore and then that it did not pan out at the end of it. This patch is basically a visual novel. Oh nice. Ooh, I see. I'm going I'll go and look it up. It's not I don't play a good amount of visual novels, but concept-wise it sounds really interesting. I'm gonna change the colors on the cage as well. I'm gonna make the lines a what's this? I'm gonna make the lines a dark gray. I also just realized that this bit of the cage is still in my head, so we're going to I'm gonna cut it out and we're gonna merge it with this one over here. Yes. Every time you've died in hardcore, because you've let other people join you. Oh no. Oh no. Was it Oni last time? Was it Oni VT that last I saw of your Minecraft streams, Oni was a frequent collaborator. Or was it Shino? I respect your dedication to attempt hardcore Minecraft because I could never. You weren't there for long last Minecraft stream, very understandably so, but Chino, okay. Very understandably so, but I basically die every time night comes and I'm not tucked into bed and already asleep because I'm just that bad at Minecraft. I could never do more. Especially not when my favorite thing to do in Minecraft is build. And I can't play without keep inventory. Well, I mean that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter in hardcore actually, cause well, there's not gonna be an inventory. You're not gonna be able to access that inventory once you're dead anyway. You like steaks? Right. That makes sense. That's true. Minecraft hardcore makes the stakes way more important. Unfortunately, I'm just bad at the game. We're gonna do it behind this layer. I'm gonna make the, I just said I was gonna make the oh ah, I was gonna make the bars a different color, then forgot. I feel like these could be thicker actually. I feel like all of the bars could be thicker. We're gonna go to the sun over here and then keep inventory on hardcore. It only works once. So that's true. You're so right, lady. It's a one time. They give you a one time chance for keep inventory. I play before I streamed Minecraft. I almost exclusively played on peaceful mode. Even now streaming Minecraft, I'm gonna need to change the colors of. They're really difficult to see with the background. I'm playing only on easy mode because monsters make me nervous and they jump scare me. The that's not even the right size. I've made a really nice curve for it not to be the right size and I'm upset about it. Okay. The Bezier, that's not the right layer either. And hold on. This one. Yes. No, it's alright. It's the right layer. It's alright. The ah, just a little lost about how I separated things. Cute. To what? To me in the cage? Or being bad at Minecraft? Am I going insane? This is not the what did I click on? What did I click on? Should I just draw these in my hand at this point in time? Man, the Bezier curve tool was so difficult to work with. Bad at Minecraft, I see. Yeah, my hobbies in Minecraft include building, fishing, and farming. It's basically Stardew Valley if I was allowed to build my own funny house and then collect resources for my funny house. But more resources, that's the Kuva Minecraft experience. Oh my god, I just remember I had a I have a fun memory that just cropped out of nowhere. When I studied graphic design, I was at this um the school held a talk basically for the entire design faculty before you entered before you even applied to enter the school, and I was there, and someone in the audience there was interested in the interior design program, and the school was saying like, oh okay, let's say if you're applying to the film major, if you're applying to the graphic design major, you need this and that and this and that for your portfolio. And then they were talking about the interior design portfolio. Then someone raised their hand and went, "Oh, is it okay if I submit things that I've made in Minecraft for my portfolio?" Oh my god! And the lecturers were so stunned for a minute. I fucked up the curve on this part of the cage. Hold on. Because on one hand, I kind of really get it at that age, right? Because when we're applying there, we're not gonna be rough. No one's gonna be older than 16, 17 years old. We're really quite young. You're not gonna have good experience, hands-on experience with any of the things that you're applying for. At most, maybe you've done like you have a personal interest in film, you've made something with your friends for YouTube. If you're interested in design, you may have some illustrations or you've made a logo for like a friend or whatever the hell. Interior design though, it's really hard to have any like portfolio. Unless you're like, oh yeah, my parents gave me like free reign to decorate my bedroom, which like, come on, that's not gonna be like the case for most people. That's awesome. It is. It's very cute. It's very cute, but the lecturers were stunned because it's a very funny question to ask if you can include Minecraft builds in your portfolio. I understand why they were so stumped. It's like, and they said in the end they were like, oh okay, they gave a really good answer. I think it was something like, oh yeah, um, it's good that you can exercise your creativity in games like Minecraft, but because it's a video game, its proportions are going to be like different to the real world, and we want to see how you work basically like with the real world proportions and materials and like limitations. So refrain from submitting Minecraft builds in your portfolio. And I think all things considered, that was a very well handled answer for a very funny question. Which, as I said, I get it. I get it. You don't have other experience in interior design. Oh wait, have I? No. You don't have any other experience in interior design. Sometimes you ask what you can work with. I think if I'm not wrong, afterwards they sent us a slide. They had a slide deck. They sent it. out to all the participants afterwards as well, like saying what can and can't be in your portfolio. Not can and can't, sorry. What they recommend you put into your portfolio for the interior design. Major, they accepted very rough sketches that showed you could work with perspective, proportion, things like that, right? So maybe like sketches of an empty room, and then you've got a shelf. All you're doing is just making sure the shelves like parallel lines line up with the perspective of the room. It can be very rudimentary. They just need that understanding and see your adept with it. Yeah. Mm, okay. I'm gonna I'm considering hmm, what color should be outside of the cage be? I plan for it to be like a metallic gray kind of thing. Hmm. Actually, I think maybe a blue or purple shaded to look. Yeah, I'm gonna make the bottom of the cage thicker as well. I think I'm just gonna have to thicken all the cage line here. The one at the back, that's fine. That's not. That's a kind of depth thing. Yeah, just the lines up. Yeah, this looks this looks good. Then the cages, sorry, the cage lines at the back. Is it? Yeah, it's not that. What? It here. They're gonna be a bit difficult to see. I think I could afford to make up. What did I do there? Huh. I can afford to make them thicker as well. I like to think the cage came out of the ocean and was like a shark diver cage. Don't know where else you get it from. That's right. What do shark diver cages look like? Really? I think they're flat top, aren't they? I'm gonna go Google that. We don't have to make it one to one, but I'm just very curious now what those look like. Shark diver. You're so right. Where else would you get it from? And then that's why the bars are so big, is to keep the sharks out, not to keep people, not to trap people inside, just to keep sharks out. Oh, okay, they're very square. More like a box indeed. And they've got another line in the middle, and they've got grills on the floor as well. That this would have been very, very fun to know before I started working on it, but that's I don't. Would you mind if I didn't change it? What did I do here? What? Trying to okay. I like the shape of the cage now, though. Okay. All right, then we can keep it. Ah, I forgot to do the curve bars on this layer. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that once I'm done with this line. Are you okay? Cage. Oh, cage gets more materialized with every stream. Yes, it does. My what's that? What my captivity gets more solidified every stream. Hi again, yeah. The very cartoony shark type of cage it is. It's I've modeled this one more after a bird cage. But I do like to think that this is just a cutesy, very cutesy shark diver cage. Not a big fan of working with Bezier curves, but boy do they work. I'm gonna make this layer a bit lighter so it's easier to see while I work on them. Every stream my place in Axoletty jail gets more and more solidified. We're working on coloring it today. I'm gonna try finishing the color. I'm gonna try finishing it today. Because all we've kind of got left to do is the rendering. And I think I can get that one down relatively. Also 10 is too big for the um second layer of cages. It'll probably be 8. Yeah. Thanks for the snack, yeah. Where did it go? Where did my line go? Huh? Did I do something here that where did my line? Is it because I'm underneath the tree layer? Did that what happened? Where ah it allowed me to make a Bezier curve with a transparent select color select. That's a new one. Huh. Boy, I'm gonna have to do my best to make sure these lines don't end up too confusing. Especially with the vines and 2 layers of cage lines. Kuva inside the cage. There's a lot of things to keep track of. Oops. I like Bezier curve. It's a handy tool. It's a frustrating one to work with, definitely, but it's a handy tool. When I was younger, and I was just started out digital art, just started out trying digital art, but I worked without a mouse for like quite some time because that was before I really even knew what a drawing tablet was. I drew with a mouse on my family computer. It started out using Microsoft PowerPoint, then Microsoft Paint, and eventually I watched speed paints online and I realized Paint Tool SAI was a thing, so I downloaded the trial version. My parents wouldn't let me buy the full thing for free, so we just had trial, and then I couldn't see work with it, so I didn't know how to screenshot, by the way. That was fucking ages ago. I just took a picture with it with my mom's handphone. I think was it a smartphone already? I'm not sure. And then uploaded it to her Facebook. And that's how I saved them. Yeah, if we uploaded to Facebook, then it would have been a smartphone. That's right. That would have been a smart. Then after I got paid to SAI, it still took me quite some time for my parents to agree to get me a drawing tablet. So for a while, I was just drawing with the mouse, and I knew line art was my biggest headache because I couldn't draw smooth lines with my mouse, right? And I ended up using the K2 SAI what's it word? K2 SAI Bezier tool equivalent, where I could make very smooth lines and drag stuff around and then make circle too. Did I have a BlackBerry? I didn't. My mom had one of the very early iPhones, I think. If not, I'm trying to think. Yeah, we never. My dad had a BlackBerry. My dad had a BlackBerry. Yeah, I don't think I used that though because I know I uploaded it to my mom's account and not his. Oh my god, what a time! Holy shit! What a blast from the past. I haven't thought about BlackBerry in ages. Like BlackBerry, the phone and not the fruit in ages. Man. Okay, wait. Now the lighting on the back of the cage is too. Now it's too pink. I'm just thinking that it was, man, I was doing what I could. I was doing whatever the hell I could to get digital art made, man. Despite, oh my god, I forgot I didn't delete this layer that day on another stream. I was talking to Volcana and Melon about what my name would be, what Kuva would be if it was Chinese, and I've decided that the funniest thing it could be was Koopa. And I just never deleted this layer. It was just hidden. Oh my fucking god. Okay, great. Oh. Keyboard on the BlackBerry was like a stim toy. Oh my god. Right? The buttons were so cute. They made such a nice sound. They were so round. My dad didn't let me fuck around with that too much because he did actually use it for work. It was his on-the-go email machine. He let me he opened, I think, I don't know if they had like a notes app equivalent or whatever it was. He had something that wouldn't fire out emails, and then he let me write on it once and then never again. It was fun to press. I think after a while he replaced the BlackBerry with a newer one. And I think my either my mom or my sister inherited his old BlackBerry, and I got to play on those a bit more, but still. Oh my god! And then okay, before my parents agreed to buy me a drawing tablet, my dad said, my dad thought I showed them a picture, right? And my dad was like, oh, that kind of the stylus and like the drawing pad. I have one of those in my office. I was like, what? Cool, can I have it? And then he was like, okay, I'll bring it home like next week or whatever, and then like I'll show it to you. And then he came back and he pulled out of his laptop bag a very small stylus and a pad built entirely for people to write Chinese characters in. So I plugged it into the family PC and I tried to draw an SAI. First of all, the wire was way too short. It could not reach where we put the mouse on the table, so I put it on the side of the chair and just wrote it beside my leg. Like, it was that short. Also, there was no pressure sensitivity because there was no need to have any sensitivity because you're just using it to write Chinese characters. And I told him basically like, oh, this isn't it. This is like, it looks like it, but that's not what I'm looking for. And he was like, oh. He was like, damn, I thought for once I was ahead of the curve on technology when it comes to my children, but it's not. I'm going to, you're going to, I wanna, I'm trying to figure out how to get about to painting in just this back half of the page. That was so sweet for that, though he was. It was an extremely sweet sentiment. And to be fair, because he's not an artist himself, and back then digital art really wasn't that common, he wouldn't have known that it was a different thing. He saw a picture of a drawing tablet and thought, oh, that looks like I have that. That looks like the same thing but bigger, and he brings it home and it's not. He tried. It was a really sweet attempt. It just wasn't. It. Oh, hi Nam, welcome in. Thanks for the snack. I'm still snack jump scare, snack jump scare. Anyone who wasn't here last Minecraft stream, I was in a cave and I was getting hunted by zombies and I was on itch. And then Nem redeemed a snack and jump scared me. And I still think about that. Don't even remember what convinced my parents. No, I remember what convinced my parents to get me a drawing tablet in the end, and then they were very sweet, and then they also got me a laptop with it. And I think actually that was smart on their end, because if I had a drawing tablet and I used the family PC, I would never get off that fucking thing, man. They would have to drag me. They would have to physically drag me away so they could get to their emails, and my sister can have a Club Penguin time. Because I'd be it was just I drew. Thing is, I draw for fucking hours a day now, and I used to draw for hours on end back in the day on paper, on MS Paint, whatever I could get my hands on. I think they knew it was time for me to get a machine that me and my sister could share, so they could have the PC for like their work stuff to themselves. Yeah, yeah. After that, one of these days I'm gonna go drag out my old drawings and then I want to show on stream and then redraw them for fun. Because it'll be really cute, I think. I've been drawing for years at this. In fact, I think actually what made them cave and get me my own drawing tablet and laptop is that they have always had. You accidentally did a whole not sleep. Oh no. Nem, did you not sleep last night? How long have you been awake for? Oh no, you feeling alright? Also, what was I saying? Right. My parents have always had high hopes that something comes out of my art career. They're very traditionally Asian parents, right? So they wanted like my family to be doctors and lawyers and engineers and whatever the hell. But because I've actually got quite a number of siblings, just that two of them are older and no longer live with us, so and we're not that close. I'm a lot closer in age to my older sister, so I talk about her a lot more. And she still stays with us. She still stays with me and my mom. The other two have long left the nest. Says you got 2 hours? Oh no. Are you all good? Oh well. We hope you have a good day at least. I hope you're able to take a nap later. You can take that opportunity. Not man. But it was take a nap, which is why he wasn't here. I see. I see. Hey, welcome in. So I guess that 2 hours that the 2 hours you say you slept was your nap. Oh, you're like at 4 instead? Okay. Oh, nice. 8. Okay. That's good. For sleep, yay. Am I on the right layer? Ah, well. Not exactly, but it's not the wrong layer. I gotta say, where are the vines? Here, I'm gonna make the ones in the background a bit darker so they don't conflict with the vines around the cave. And then the leaves are going to be a darker pink. Oh my god, you're gonna stream until you literally fell asleep at your computer on a voice call. How? Like, it's not how do you fall asleep, but how do you have the willpower to stream in a state like that still? Like, to want to stream is in a state like that. I have so much respect for you. I'm gonna finish the story before I forget, because I'm so going to forget. Like, they wanted very traditionally successful Asian parent jobs, like lawyers and doctors, but because I have a few siblings, and some of them are actually pretty successful in their careers in very nice achieving sectors like finance and engineer. No, okay, that's the same sibling. One sibling did a lot of the achieving in finance and engineering sector. Don't ask. He has a very storied job history. My parents were like, okay, fine, we can have one child who's in the arts to show off that we're a cultured family. And they and luckily I was really good at visual arts even as a child, and I was really into it. So they were okay with investing in the arts career the way they would have if I like my siblings, they played like they were sent to the guitar and the piano lessons like many Asian child is. But I showed early on that I was really mostly into the visual arts. So like very early on they put me out of the functionally mandatory piano lessons for this household and put it all into visual arts. Then once to go back, normal schedule of 5 days a week. I see. Okay. That makes more sense. That makes sense. But still, the ambition to stream despite nodding off at your desk is so funny. You've been co-streaming with folk for 8-ish. Holy shit, 8-ish hours? Oh damn. Oh damn, okay, that's a very long time. You have been live beforehand. I get why you would be already. I should probably use a smaller brush than this that allows for tighter movements. Hmm. I'm gonna make these slightly less saturated and just a little bit lighter so they look like white. Then we'll make this pink less saturated. Okay. Now we draw pretty men and women with the occasional cock and balls. Exactly, Letty. All my parents need to know is that I can earn money off of drawing. They do not need to see everything I draw. They don't. They don't see everything I draw. They will never need to see everything I draw. Keep with Coco, then just yapping with laugh. Oh, nice. I see. Okay, that does sound like fun, but really insane of you to fall asleep at your desk in a voice call. God fucking bless, Nam. I hope you feel more well rested now. How was it, by the way? How was Peak and how was Yapin with Lav? Hope you had fun? You know, co-streaming with Coco is always fun. Not the worst, especially given your neck has been weird all day. I see. It's nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I don't know why sometimes my internet connection and stuff can be acting up all day and I'm really worried about it. But then when I start streaming, it's like kind of smooth. I've been consistently on yellow the whole day, which is not the best, but also better than I expected. This is unrelated. This is slightly unrelated. More related to what Letty just said. Sometimes when my classmates find out that I do freelance art, they say, "Haha, have you ever gotten any weird requests or commissions?" And I'm like, how do I tell them that that's like my biggest money maker? And I go, haha, yeah, and I just don't bring it up anymore. Coco asks how you never played the game before, but you're surviving just fine. Ooh, ooh, we got ooh, someone naturally adept at peak, I see. Nice. Also, Letty says internet only hiccups if you stream in the evening. That's true actually. I found that my evening streams, like the connection tends to be worse in the evening. I'm not sure why exactly. I know that's a certain point of time in the night, like just in Singapore overall, or at least for my ISP, the connections get worse. Like the internet just gets slower overall. They're probably like, I'm not gonna use the word load shedding because I don't actually know fully what load shedding means, but they probably reduce something down there, up something, because people are no longer at work and less people will be awake to use so much internet, so they can afford to like reduce something. And I guess it helps that I primarily stream in my daytime, so it's going to be better than any nighttime scuff. Yeah, yeah. I've had one weekday stream explode and not work out whatsoever. Then that time I just moved it to Discord. That was quite early on when I just started streaming when I was working on Bugs commission. Potentially pre-affiliate, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm gonna have a great time drawing in these, right? I'm gonna have a great time coloring them later. I should probably look into getting a broadband cable. I feel like that'd be really useful. And it seems to be serving okay now well. But that also means I'm gonna have to run it from my route, like the plug other router outside my room into my room, and like I'm gonna have to leave the door open for that to happen, and I'd rather not. I'd rather not. The less my family knows about what I'm doing, the better. I feel like all of these are still way too big. A Wi-Fi repeater? Oh, don't actually know what that is, and I should probably look into it because it sounds useful. Whatever it's called. Yeah, there's probably something out there that makes the signal better from the main router. I'll look into that. The sound. I think out of a majority of the rooms in the house, my room is probably the one with the worst Wi-Fi's. Second worst Wi-Fi, only beaten out by the kitchen, because that one's pretty far from the router. And what did I? What did I? Oh right, okay, no. Something just some. This is great. This is something just came to my mind, right? Something like I just had a brief flash in my head. You needed to do something. You needed to do something that was very urgent, something urgent you needed to do. And I was like so stressed for a minute. But this reminder of all things turned out just to be the reminder that we are out of milk. And next time I'm out, we need to get milk. And that's it. To be fair, it is kind of important. I'll probably do it in the evening later after stream because I drink my coffee with milk in the mornings and I need coffee to live and to be a functioning member of society. So it is important. It's not life threatening. Definitely not as urgent as a little voice in my head made it sound like. I can adjust individual leaves like that. Let me just get them down on paper first. I can worry about placements and stuff. Functioning in society overrated. You're right, Nem. You're right. Who needs to be a contributing member of society? Who needs to make any coherent sense and who needs to work more study? If we all become Twitch streamers and drink Gatorade and stream gameplay. The world would be a better place. I'm kidding. Okay, I'm gonna clean these up now. I'm gonna clean up the little leaves on the not here. We're gonna make it the one up top. You're barely gonna see any detail in it. And I'm gonna have to darken the colors on these as well in a bit. I'm darken all the colors on the ones in the more background, more purplish as well, to give them that blue, slightly more blue to it. Same thing with the vine. Let me really go at it. See this? Yeah. I am gonna make these up here lighter so it looks like they're being lit by the sky. I'm gonna go at it individually. I think some of them I've drawn too close together. I'm gonna make either too big, too close together. Some of them I can gotta fix the colors and shapes on. Some of them are spaced out a bit manually, right? So I believe and what I want them to look like is like slightly more organic. And organic tends to look like groupings of things. Groupings of things and things being not unnaturally, sorry, unevenly spaced out. Things in nature tend to be a little random. So if things look too evenly spaced out, that looks strange for something like a vine. Yeah. And also over here, I think all the leaves I drew a bit too big. The size here are more what I'm going for. I think this could go with one more like hanging branch. Yeah. A bit like what's going on in the further back. Then we'll highlight the one right above the cage. Hmm. I have run out of tea. Next break, I am gonna pop out real quick to grab more water. Maybe brew another cup. It's getting a bit late out now and temperature's quite a bit more cool, so I may just drink the tea warm instead. And yeah, I really like this. Let me also, I don't know if, okay, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna quickly switch off Spotify lossless. I was trying it out last night. I think it's mostly gonna work if you're working using wired earpiece, and I'm not doing that right now, so I don't think there's a purpose for it being there. It's just gonna eat a bit more internet bandwidth. than I need it to. So let me switch it off real quick. I think that should be good now. Okay. Has it updated? Oh, I guess it's cause the song's already loaded in losslessly. That's all good. Was I do the vines? Yes, that's what I was doing. Song is so cute, man. Pretty like. We're gonna add a hint of leaves on vines that we can't really see. I don't really like this beat. I just was it a further away tree than the one over here. The shapes are a little messy and they look too evenly spaced out. So we're gonna make them a slightly brighter. They are going to be as well because this branch is further out. This song is still such a strong like melody. This is a really nice remix of it, but just as a melody, it's so good. Hmm. Then we're gonna color it in, and not gonna be super precise with the coloring. Just gonna make sure first of all that the colors make sense on which part of the canvas they're on. Also, Elvis Pretzel, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, hmm. And these for the bigger leaves, I'll probably color them. Sorry. shape them a bit more detailed, but overall, I'm okay with it. Very loose definition on the shapes. Oh, hi, Coco. Oh, come in. Thank you for the snack. Also, Elvis, thank you for the snack. How are you? Bully, bullying works? Nam, what do you mean bullying works? What did the two of you do? Yeah. What on earth did Nem peer pressure you into something, Coco? You may have used your alpha energy for good. What do you mean? What do you do? I am scared. Exactly, question mark, Nem. What did you do? Not Coco. Okay, Coco did not do anything. She wasn't there. Okay, okay, the way you said it make it sound like the two of you did something together. It's just Nem. It's all Nem. Got it. Oh, hi, Elvis. What brings you here, may I ask? Okay, Coco, innocent. Got it. Don't get to judge you, Kuva. It's the way Nem phrased it made it sound like the two of you did something together and I was confused. But you did not. You did not. I'm gonna get rid of this leaf over here because it's in the way of the moss. I'm just maybe could replace this flower. All the shape's a bit funny. Have a good morning. Yes, yes. Good morning, Coco. How was your sleep? It's not because you're a fox. It's because. What did Nem say? Coco bullying works. It sounds like there's history behind that sentence, doesn't it? Lev needs. Oh no. Oh, did the bullying happen to Lev? Oh no. You're tired? Oh, everything good? Alright, Coco? Nem, what did you do to Lev? What did you do? Oh my god, you bullied her and she made you her mod. Okay, but Coco doesn't think it's a bad idea because Lev needs more mods that are there. That's the story I'm following, I'm guessing. Also, Coco says I need to go to the hospital today and you don't wanna. Oh man. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I hope it goes smoothly at least. I hope you don't have to wait long for anything that's happening. I heard last I heard of the current UK health system, it's not the best. And they fucked something up with your blood test, but I hope today everything goes smooth. Perfection. The alpha energy is too strong. Left cannot resist Nem's influence. To be fair, I was chatting with her for hours and kept doing things she forgot. Like, instead of saying, do you take commissions? It's just like, Kofi, ah, okay, oh yeah. Okay, no, yeah, that is basically what a mod does half the time. Okay, what's that word? You had what's that word? Live job interview. Ooh, 7 streams straight. Congrats, Coco. Nice. Thank you for being here for 7 streams in a row. Hell yeah. I'm gonna make some loose leaf petals on the floor as well. I think that's gonna be cute. That's gonna add a pop of color to the mostly green and bluish floor. I don't make it easy. I'm sorry. I know. This whole week has been very messy. I also like to go impromptu live and then go live at funny hours that I did not plan to do in the schedule. You had to watch a vlog not to lose your streak. Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh right. Minecraft was definitely way too early for you. And I started early and ended early Minecraft. Right, I'm sorry about that. You lost your stream streak because you wasn't here long enough? You can do that? Yes, you can. Twitch now allows you to watch either stories or VODs to try and save your stream streak. Man, I didn't know that what Letty didn't count though. That sucks. In the first 24 hours? Ah, okay. Yeah. In the first 24. I think you get a notification, right? Like, oh, you're about to lose your streak with like Axoletty. Watch a VOD highlight or story to recover it or something like that. You have to save for a lot longer to get another redeem. I imagine, especially if you do plan on getting a colored sketch. That's gonna be quite a bit more saving then. Hmm. Now it feels like this one needs a. You're on 3.8 lotus and that means nothing. That's about half of the way there to a doodle redeem. Oh, 5.5, it's 15%, not 20. I'm guessing you mean to your colored sketch redeem, your next colored sketch redeem. So if you're at it should be almost there though. Okay. It's just after having done a a doodle, a few doodle redeems and a colored sketch redeem, I've realized that people are saving for them way faster than I initially expected, and that could reach a point where multiple people submit in requests at the same time and it's just overwhelming. So yeah, it makes sense for me at least to have them be a lot more expensive. Because I am watching my VODs, I'm spending stupid amounts of time on them that I really shouldn't be spending on them either. So it makes sense for me to have them be a lot rarer and harder to get. We're gonna keep saving for them? Yeah. Back to the lotus vines for all of you. That has what? Oh, 450k redeems right now. I for a minute I got a bit confused about what on earth that number was. I thought it was like something along the lines of 4,000. Like no, okay. For a minute it read. What on earth did I even read? That number just freaked me out for a minute. But 450k redeems. What are those redeems actually? What are the various 50? Oh no. Oh, sorry. So like your streams wasting time on them? You don't like drawing, Coco? It's not that. It's just the thing. Okay, the thing is, I intended basically to spend 15 minutes on each doodle redeem, and then it turned out I was spending 30 minutes to 1 hour on them, and that's just more than I intended to for the initial price point that I set for them. It's wasting time more so in the sense that I can plan to do something for 10 minutes and then I end up doing more than in 10, basically. Not so much wasting time, just, yeah. It's also definitely not that I don't like drawing Capone. It's as I said, it's just not a reasonable amount of time that I spend drawing them versus the amount that they cost to redeem. That's because I let people upgrade them. That's true. That's why the upgrades have also gone up. I'm a very slow drawer. You have to understand it. I'm, all things considered, a very slow drawer. And I'm grappling now with what's that word? What that entails in practice. As I said, I just did not expect that people. Oh, that's not the right name. That is the right name. I did not expect that people would be able to get points and like Lotus units that quickly. And realizing how quickly people can get them after having so many people redeem, like not so many, sorry, having them being redeemed several times, it's helped me gauge better how much time I spend on them and also how much time it takes people to gather new points. Also, Letty says, I think the big sketches should be 100k. I was considering raising them to 50k to 75k, but also the base sketch, it's just a headshot. It's the other redeems that upgrade it. It's the, what's that word? Yeah, the other Lotus units that go into upgrading it. If anything, I'll push it to around 50k and I'll keep the Lotus unit upgrades where they are. Should be mad at Nemi, not you really. Don't be mad at Nemi. It's also Nemi did everything within the bounds of what I set up perfectly legally. As I said, it's a period of adjustment. I didn't know how long people would actually take to gather points, and I didn't know how long I would take to draw them. So having it put into practice, having someone really push the limits of the system, helped me kind of gauge what that would look like what the whole system would look like. But I I do think I may push the colored sketch redeems a lot higher as well. I also went hard into farming LU. Exactly, yeah. Nemi grinded for points. But I also don't want to encourage that kind of behavior. I feel like it's perfectly fine to save for a redeem, but potentially grinding for them might take away from the fun of it. I don't know, unless you find fun in grinding points. In which case, sure, yeah, do that. Do that. I also don't want free art to be the primary reason people are here. Like, if that's why people are here, I can't stop them from doing that. And at the end of the day, I know that's genuinely something I have to accept would and could happen if I offer free art, right? That people may just be here for free art. That's the reality of it. This isn't about any of you, by the way. It's someone who isn't in here yet. Yeah, it's it's as I said, free art. I'm putting myself first. I'm making sure that the redeems are manageable for myself and not just people who want to redeem things. And I don't know. I don't want to sound so harsh, but also I want to use the phrase "it's free, take it." like like it's just there. It's just there. It's It shouldn't be something you're stressing about, honestly. Letty knows who I'm talking about. Yes, yes, you do, Letty. Yes, you do. Like, I'm not gonna stop you if that's what you're here for. And frankly, I think that if you are fucking insane enough to try and grind out whatever fucking 30k, 40k now, yes, 40k ish, 35k points that I have now. If you're dedicated enough to be there just for that, sure, why not? Yeah, whatever. Let's do that. Okay, great. If you think I'm here just for free art, then you don't know me at all. Coco, don't worry, that's not about you. That's about someone else that me and Letty know. It's not about you. It's it's someone else who very, very, very explicitly said out loud that they are just here for free art. He's yeah. It's not only sort of free bare minimum, you get ad revenue, that's true, but like that's true, but it's does it equal out? Does it equal out? If I offered this shit on VGen, it doesn't equal out. If we take into account the amount of time I spend on things, it doesn't equal out. I started it out as like a sort of a thank you thing for people who are here a lot and consistently. But as I said, like after having several people redeem stuff, I can now kind of gauge the amount of time that I spend on them a lot better. And I can set the points in a way that makes more sense for me. You fully know ad rev barely pays as it is, yeah. It's like it's just a fun little treat on top of whatever of whatever else you may get from streaming. Eddie Twitch still hasn't actually paid me at all yet, right? Same for me. I have not really received the payout yet. I've not hit that 50. I think I may hit that 50 this month or next month. But that's because one person gifted a lot of subs at one point, and then that kind of put a lot off. That takes up a majority of the 50. You got affiliate in July. Ooh. Coco, you all good? Yeah, oh, this reminds me. Oh, this reminds me. There's one more. Where's my shading layer? Where did the layer go? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, but a lot of give me 1 minute. A lot of monetization systems on different platforms take a long time to kick in. So I mean, and you need the whole like 50 thing. That's my where's my where's my blur window? Where's my Sorry, just give me a minute. Clip Studios UI disappeared from. Okay, there it is. It's on my other monitor. Great. Okay, that's where it went. Nemesis, to be fair, you also never basically have lurker chat, so you don't get a ton of extra interactions there. True. True. and you miss a good chunk of them. Yeah, I only got affiliate in what was it? Late August, and when September rolled in, I didn't have anything planned for any for any of it because I didn't expect to get affiliate yet. So I just never promoted anything because I just would not know what to offer people if they sub. I'm gonna make the shadow of the leaves blur a little more up here. Why does my UI keep? Didn't plan anything either. Good thing you actually didn't. Yeah, was September the month that you fell sick? That was October. Oh, did it bleed into it? Yeah, it would have been a shame to have something planned and then have it not work out. I feel like, yeah, if I've made plans and then I have to change them last minute, or they just don't pan out, it feels a lot worse than like not having anything planned to begin with. After the 20th? Oh, oh no. And went through to October 10th. Oh man, that's extremely long. Holy shit. Oh, how's recovery going, by the way? I know you said that last 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 time I popped in on your stream, you were still popped in, and you did say it would take some time to you take some time to recover. 3 weeks of misery. No. Oh no. I hope at least you are feeling better now. Still coughing? Oh shoot. Okay. Shoot, shoot. I hope that all ends soon. It's just your life, man. Man. Especially with the weather changing now. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Oh my god. I don't know why there's some kind of not super virus, but there's been a really long running illness circulating Singapore as well. Usually there's like a bug that kind of floats around for a month and then it goes, but the bug has been here for several months, like 2 months since like since mid late September till now. I think I'm done with the background. I'm gonna add in more details to the leaves and then I'm gonna color in the bars of the cage. Other than that, I think it's good. It's just now starting to get fall vibes in your area. Oh, nice. Ooh, that's pretty late, isn't it, actually? Doesn't it fall vibes start a bit earlier? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I can't speak about seasons. I don't have any. In my memory, I used to think I always thought that summer was I always thought that summer was like June, July, August, and then September, October, November is fall. But I've also seen some places where it's off by 1 month. So some people summers are July, August, and then September. But I think it's just for some places, not all of them. It's off? Oh, it's like off from the usual change of the seasons, I see. You mean? Summer's July. It's summer July to October. Oh. Then it spirals to winter in the span of in the span of 2 weeks, whenever the first rain or two comes around. Oh man. Oh, that's so fast. Holy shit. Ooh. Whenever the it's oh. So you mean like for like 2 weeks in October you'd get fall and then it's immediately on to winter? At least in Singapore we don't have like the four seasons kind of deal. We just have rainy, sunny seasons. And like so rainy seasons tend to be a lot cooler. They've been slightly out of whack this year. They've been following typhoon patterns more than any like seasonal patterns. I can't remember if there's any like like, El Nino or La Nina things going on this year. They may be, but because I know the storms have been really fierce, but I can't remember if it's actually going on or not. Or if it's just general climate change things which are making weather patterns stranger. It's like wait for 4 to 5 months, then May it starts warming up. June we get nothing but cloud cover. Oh wow. Oh, June nothing but cloud cover. Huh? Is it some strange in between seed that in between summer and spring kind of thing? Literally call it June bloom. I see. Me 1 second, real quick. 1 second. One of my groupmates have texted. I'm just gonna go and check that real quick and fire off a couple texts. Man, in June, normally May, June, July season in Singapore is normally when the heat is at its absolute worst. I'm trying to remember. I think this year May was extremely bad. May was really really hot and arid. Not even like super humid. I think June was humid to hell, but May was just dry and hot. There's something about the leaf layer that I'm not super happy about, but I can't pinpoint what exactly is wrong. Give me a minute. I think, wait, hold on. Okay, before I go and reply up to all my messages real quick, I'm gonna, feel like over here it's a bit too crowded now. Oh, oh, you canceled your appointment. Oh, I guess okay, I guess it wouldn't be something urgent if they would let you cancel. Yeah, I hope. I know it's something you don't want to go to. I hope that if it's something you need to go to, that it won't be difficult to find a reappointment. I know I so get it. Some days are just so not hospital days. Oh my god. When I get my testosterone shots, I let hospital staff do it. I go to a hospital within reasonable distance of me and get it done because I'm very bad at needles. I could also let friends do it because I do have friends who are comfortable with needles and like helping people inject. They already sent a reschedule request. I see. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's not bad. A bit. Hmm. That's true. And on a Saturday, sometimes I purposely schedule hospital appointments on a weekday so I can get like a doctor's letter and skip class or whatever. Then spending a Saturday in a hospital sounds like a nightmare. I pretty much only do it if I need something done urgently. But nothing's been that urgent so far for me, where I've needed Saturday appointment. Are you gonna have needles? Is that the only option? It's the only subsidized option, basically. There are gels. There's no tablets, no. Not for testosterone. I think for estrogen there is, but if there are testosterone tablets, it's something not covered publicly. This is fun. This is a fun fact everyone can have for free. Um, Singapore, at least I think it's dependent on hospital. The hospital that I go to, the cost of testosterone every depending on dosage, depending on frequency. But if we calculate how much it costs me monthly, it's only 15 Sing dollars. There are options that are like $300 for 3 months, so I'm not going for those. I think gel is a lot more expensive also because it's not subsidized, but it's an option that they offer. MTF gets tablets though, right? Yeah, they do. They get the girl pills. Inequality? I do think it's simply a matter of how testosterone and estrogen work and get absorbed. I really wish there were testosterone pills, and if there are actually out there, I hope Singapore gets them and subsidized and soon, so I don't have to go and get jabbed like once a month. But as it is, it's not a bad deal. The hospital that I go to, it's not like there are some in Singapore which are like bumfuck nowhere hospitals. At least this one, it's near things which are worth my time visiting when I'm already in the area. Ease of testosterone makes it up for not being in pill form. That's true, actually. That's true. It has testosterone. The changes that occur on testosterone are so they happen so fast and so quickly that high key it makes up. What's that? Why do I have a purple blob here? What layer is it on? This one? Why is it there? But HRT for FTM is much simpler than MTF. It really is. It really is. And I am very thankful for that. And I know on what's it what? MTF surgery is simpler, right? I think for bottom surgery it definitely is. At surgery school, yeah, for bottom surgeries, I'm quite sure it is. I've not looked into bottom surgery for FTM stuff because it is. I'm very squeamish when it comes to medical stuff, as you can imagine with the whole needle situation. But it sounds a lot easier. Not all MTF are surgery. Also, this is okay. Not all FTM1 surgery either. I would like top surgery, but not so much bottom surgery. But if I want to change my gender identification marker legally in Singapore, I would have to get both. And I don't know if I want to go for that. Bottom surgery is expensive and it sounds fucking terrifying. Involves skin grafts, if I'm not wrong, to construct a whole penis. And that's a what's it word? Worrisome thought. I don't know. Thoughts of surgery squeak me out. There's a window of opportunity to go and get for me to get top surgery. I have a open appointment booked for the consultation, but I already went for one. I need several, but just the thought of surgery kind of scares me. So I've been holding off on it, even though I do want it. It's also something I can probably afford if I put all my savings together, but will my parents be happy? No, they won't. So no talk yet. Yeah. That's a little fuck. Do I have surgery to get gender markers? Yeah. In Singapore at least, to get them legally changed, you need to get like a full gender reassignment. And then from what I've heard from people, there will be another doctor that inspects, and it's a very invasive inspection just to like they do shit to you to make sure you didn't like fucking slap a silicone mold onto yourself or whatever, like a silicone prosthetic onto you. It's a very uncomfortable thought both to get it done and to get it verified. But and the worst, not worst, a very sad thing is that Singapore is still like the only country I think in Asia, or at least Southeast Asia. I think Southeast Asia that allows a legal gender marker change. But yeah, and do you think you get a dangerous surgery to recognize you? That's it sucks. That's why a lot of Singaporean trans people consider moving out of the country. I have thought about that, but I also plan on working within the arts and design sector where people are a lot more forgiving towards trans people, so that would help. Actually, since the government doesn't recently officially doesn't recognize gender markers on passport, that don't match your sex at birth. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Okay, that sucks so much. And and it's okay. It's kind of a baffling thing as well because like at a certain point of in your I don't know, like it causes so much trouble at any god gender marker stuff, and then having markers not aligned with your appearance or other documentation that you have is such a nightmare. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, Letty has been thrown in jail for for using the word sperm. Nice. Oh, what? Oh, okay. The domestic trans triggered the nice. Coco says that I'm cis as fuck, but I think in the UK you don't need any surgery to change your gender markers. You just have to live as your preferred gender for a certain amount of time. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god. Okay, that sounds so. That sounds like such a treat. Holy shit. Like, it's not. Okay, you still have to jump through fucking hoops. I can imagine that you'll need to like bring in people who can confirm, like people from like, let's say, example, right? Like, I don't know how long that living as your preferred gender is. I can imagine they may ask you to bring in people from like that you've known for a while and then prove that you've known each other for a while. And that's still a headache, but it's not whole fucking invasive surgery headache. Also, Letty says transfer Parents hope to get some bathroom laws changed here, so recently we're going backwards. I've heard that as well. Oh god. It's a very scary thing that it's happening, and it's kind of a nightmare to have countries backslide on being progressive. Because the thought about progress always is that it's like difficult to go back once you progress. Like society needs a new baseline for what's acceptable and what's not, and then you just keep moving forward. And to see societies progress, like regress democratically and cultural, like in terms of cultural acceptance of certain groups, it's terrifying. But we can have hope that it gets better, and that newer generations of policymakers and politicians make things better. We can hope, but sometimes they are not indoctrinated. They are fully engulfed by a system and what that system already wants. So I wouldn't place that much hope on it, but I can still hope. We had a blue wave recently that's bringing hope, right? I haven't been keeping up very one to one, but I've been seeing a lot of news about New York elections and the new mayor question mark. I don't know if it's confirmed yet or not. Yeah, I don't know where else. Also, nice. Letty just now said I missed this one. Zoe has a really funny story about having to freeze sperm because she's trans. Oh, I don't know if it's your story to share. If it's not, that's perfectly fine. But what, what did Zoe have? What happened to Zoe? Danny won. Hey, nice. Okay, he did win. As long as the orange man lets elections continue to take place, I think we're back to the. Oh, we'll take back the US next year. God bless. Next year already. Wait, next next year or next cycle? The election cycle is 2028, right? She's shared it on stream. Oh, okay, okay. I'll have to tune in next time she. Also, Coco says, "No, get most of my information from a YouTuber called Jamie Dodger because he's really open about his trans journey. Unless people want to talk about it on their own volition, then it's none of your business." Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good mindset to have. Unless someone openly shares and they start the conversation, nice. It is also none of my business. Next year is next cycle, not presidential. Oh, not a president. Oh, okay, not presidential. Got it. Right. Okay. Delightful. Yes. I have forgone. political science students political science students forgone what elections. To be fair, US is the big world shaking ones, and it does matter because the US has its fingers and toes in the foreign affairs of so many countries, including Singapore. It's just very funny. I forgot. All we have to do is get enough to impeach the chump. That's true, but it seems awfully difficult to impeach Orange Man. Didn't he get like what's that word? Convicted of a felony or something and still didn't get impeached? Letty has been held in jail. Let me see. Okay. TLDR, Zoe had to go into a grey room in a clinic with a room full of trans women, and the dude walked in. Dude super confused and he left presumably. That's where he had to go to freeze sperm and came back into the room full of women to wait in line. Oh my fucking god, that's so funny. That's so fucking funny. It's just room full of women. Holy shit. I can imagine. People have seen me in male bathrooms and double took and then went to look at the male bathroom sign and then come back in. Because I look like physically, you guys haven't seen me IRL. I look androgynous as well. Just imagine what I look like as a funny little chibi. realize that I also have very long hair and a round face IRL, and that trips people up all the time. And imagine why someone gets confused when they walk into a bathroom and they see me, regardless of what gender they are, because I can swing either way, man. Oh, also, oh, Demon Freak, thank you for the follow. Not difficult if the House and Congress are blue. That's true, that's true. That's true. Yeah, Congress has a lot of power, it seems. US elections not up my wheelhouse, not up my wheelhouse. I should be more well informed on it than I am. As I said, due to the amount they not meddle. No, let's be real, the way they meddle in foreign affairs of many different countries. I should probably stay more informed. I've just been locked in on the Southeast Asian politics this semester because that's my area of study. I am a twink? Yep, I am. My hair is like that IRL. My voice passes very well. I'm speaking a lot higher and androgynously question mark than I would IRL. But I sound very masculine in real life. Most people think I sound masculine online as well, so. Oh, also, we're unfairing. Oh no, unfairing all the lights around. Kind of gross. But hopefully it fixes things. Yeah. Gerrymandering in 2025 is wild, but gerrymandering all the time happens everywhere. All the time. Huge thing in Singapore as well. People create the the elections boundary committee, whatever the hell they're called, likes to create new entire areas just for the fun of it. There's this one what's that word? There's one district in Singapore called Marine Parade. Highlight the word marine, but that district has been gerrymandered so fucking badly that like I think a solid 80% of it is nowhere near the coast at all. It's all inland. It's so glad we were like, fine, let's ruin it. As Kelly resident, where we had fair maps, so glad we were like, fine, let's ruin it. Ah, okay, I missed the first two. I also miss Kuva's a big old twink. Yes, Nem. Yes, yes, I am.
Nice!
Oh, Betty thought I was cis for the longest, and Nem also didn't inherently clock me as trans either. Ooh. That's true, which is very funny extremely funny of both of you because I have had these stickers on my tablet since I started streaming. It's been here this whole time. I've had the gay and trans flag up this whole time. Did you guys just think I was a really good ally? Was that the assumption we were running with? Tablet was the only thing I see. It was the only thing. Okay, that's quite funny. But yeah, vocally
Nice!
I pass quite well. I just look very androgynous, but when I open my mouth, people default to assuming I'm male, and that works out for me. That works out for me very well. I also it's
Nice!
great. I've had classmates unsure of what gender I go as, and then they default to male, and then they look at me like hoping they didn't offend me, and then I don't say anything, and they're like, okay, great. I can see, I can see on their faces what they're thinking sometimes when when someone tries to gender me. Also, Coco didn't talk either. Thought I was just an ally. Lovely. Watermelon Rowlet, who's not in right now. Melon thought I was trans femme. Also, and since I have plenty of things with trans flags without being trans myself, that's true. That's true. Maybe that's why people think you're trans. Just say you have mentioned that sometimes people think you are trans, but like maybe that's half of why. I know it's not always on stream, but maybe it's the energy. You've absorbed all the trans question mark energy, whatever that means. Letty says, what's drawn to him though should have known trans people are like stand users. We attract each other. That's true. That's so true. That's so true. Bro, I, there were some people in my uni who are also trans mask, and I was very drawn to them before either of them realized they were trans mask. It took them a really long time to like kind of grapple with it and then come to themselves and then like find out a way to gender basically within very controlling families. But even pre-transition, we knew, we can tell. And it's a grunkler. You get it way more IRL than on stream. Oh, it's probably that they're not used to a girl with a strong dom aura around. Maybe. Also, are you tall? Are you tall? Because I've got a friend who is um assigned female at birth, non-binary, but a lot of people think that that they present very femininely. They're okay with she/her pronouns. So that yeah, but a lot of people think that they are trans femme because of their height, 5'9". Okay, yeah, that's not extremely tall, but still. That's still pretty tall, I'd say. I no, for Asian standards it's tall. American standards maybe not. What's a gruffler? What did you miss? Get what? Ah, okay, what did you miss? Basically, okay, I don't remember if you were here, but some time ago,
Nice!
Nem was saying that she gets mistaken for a trans woman a lot. And I'm just wondering why. Is it because she has just said that she
Nice!
has a lot of trans like stuff with the trans flag on it? Is it because she's tall? Wranglers are okay, it's nothing bad. Wrangler is someone typically bi-male seen on around a lot of trans ladies, and then Letty says Wranglers are
Nice!
Wranglers are cis people with a lot of trans friends. Typically, most of their friends are trans. Oh, oh, okay. Is that the word we use for the token cis friend? Because boy, do I have. I know people like that. I know people who are like token cis, the token cis friend. It's great. It's so funny. I don't know how they get in there. It usually ends up the case where they just kind of knew one person and then they get adopted into the friend group and they just never leave and they chill. Yes? Ah. Everything you have with a flag on it has both. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. Also, no, I totally get why I totally get why someone may think you're trans now. You've also said that your vocal range is really, really wide and it goes quite deep, so someone may like get the impression that you just voice train extremely well, so that your speaking voice is more feminine, but like the fact that you can go low, some people think that's like, just a trans person, like a trans femme thing. Unfortunately, estrogen doesn't make your voice higher. It changes a lot of things, it doesn't make your voice higher. So a lot of trans women keep their low, like they have that lower register there.
Nice!
But your mods is a hardcore grumbler. 95% of his friends are trans women. So fucking funny. It's genuinely so funny. Also, Coco says you will be allies. Yeah, LGBT center properly, probably. Exactly. Exactly. You will be allies. You will have both flags
Nice!
on everything. The the T is the T is there. The T is there to stay. Now put a sticker of every single flag that we have. We had a program for a while where you're teaching trans women how to girl stuff. That's so cute. That's actually so sweet. Holy shit. Oh my god, unrelated, unrelated. Have you guys heard? I think it was It was making its rounds on social media a while ago, but there's this YouTube channel of this middle-aged white guy that teaches men how to do boy stuff, that especially if they never had a dad growing around, and like he kind of acts as that replacement dad and teaches them how to do like male stuff. And I found that really cute when I started having to shave and like tie a tie to for formal wear and stuff. I went to that channel and it just felt very sweet. Hell yeah, Coco, pride flags. It's I have a dad. I'm just not going to approach him about this because he's going to ask me why and he's not ready for that conversation. Like, I may not be ready for that conversation with him, but he is so not ready for that conversation. You cut it when you hair, makeup, all that sort of stuff. Oh, cute. Cut it when you did your job too well. Really? You mean the girls were their steaks too juicy, their lobsters too buttery. Nobody had to come back. That's so fucking funny. Okay, it's a shame that they cut the program because I feel like there's always gonna be someone new who needs it, but also suffering from success. That's so fucking funny. You taught them so well, they just don't have to come back. Man, they graduated and they didn't need to help them again. Aww. That's actually really cute though. That's such a cute program. The DCS I'd love to have that resource, right? Then maybe. Yeah. Man. And I can imagine as well, it's not just the how-tos, it's also the connections you get to make with people who are the people teaching the course, the people attending the course. That would be extremely useful and extremely valuable just to have that support network. Because okay, the thing is, as few trans people as there are in Singapore, there are pretty good um resources by non-profits and individuals that help with that, and there are places for like queer people to meet each other and stuff, and those were extremely valuable for me early on, especially stuff designed specifically for youth and uni students, and it helped me feel a lot more comfortable basically in my own skin. You could do with woman training and you're a cis. Man, there's so many quiet unspoken rules about what are expected of women in society that woman training would be helpful. Even back then when I thought I was a woman and I was just doing it wrong or whatever the fuck. And so many things expected of women. Also, I've definitely been resting my elbow funny on the table because my wrist hurts. Give me 1 minute, I'm gonna go find my wrist brace real quick. This should how long okay. It's 6. I've been drawing in a very funny position for about 4 hours. Let me go grab my wrist brace. Hold on. Oh, where did I put it? Oh no, after I reshuffled my room when we fixed the electricity, I kept them they in my cupboard now. I moved them somewhere and I don't remember. Where are they? Where okay. You guys can listen to me while I think out loud. Logically, there's really only 2 or 3 places they could be. It's on either my bedside table, my working desk, or inside my clothes cupboard, but the clothes cupboard is fucking huge, so that's if it's in there, I'll pick up one. On this desk is the most likely because I use it at this desk when I draw. It's just I don't see it. So if it's on this desk, it's I should be able to see it, and I don't. It's like, oh, there's a fucking shelf I may have shoved some when I was cleaning and forgot that I shoved it. Where did I put a wrist brace? Where would I put a wrist brace? There's not that many places it can go. I've got 2 of them as well. I just need to find any one of them. And my problem will be solved because only one of my wrists hurt. Unless it's really in my clothes. Was I was I unless did it fall somewhere? Is it like shit underneath the table? Push it underneath. Oh, how oh Coco says I've forgiven you, by the way. Oh, I thank you. It means a lot that you would forgive me for my slides. I really appreciate. Forgiveness is optional and you have chosen to treat me kindly when for a period of time I was not kind to you. So thank you. Oh, give me 1 second though. I where I'm so confused. Where would I have put it? I did it. Oh, did I put it into like one of my bags? Out sometimes when I draw in class.